Horeb Berurach, Sword of the Spirit, narrated and interpreted by Wendy. Ezekial. Chapter 1. Now it came. Horeb Berurach, Sword of the Spirit, narrated and interpreted by Wendy. Ezekial. Chapter 1. Now it came to pass during the 13th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th of the month, as I was among the captives by a faraway river, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of Elohim. In the 5th of the month, which is the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity, it came to pass the word of Yahweh came to Ezekiel. All strengthens the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Kashdim by the river Gebar, and there the hand of Yahweh was upon him. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and brightness was around it, and out of the midst of it was the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst of it came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of Adam, and they each had 4 faces. Also each had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished copper. And on their 4 sides they had the hands of Adam under their wings. And they had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They did not turn when they went. Each went straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, the 4 had the face of Adam, and the face of a lion on the right side. Also the 4 of them had the face of an ox on the left side. Also the 4 of them had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of each one was joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And each of them went straight forward. Where the Spirit went, they went. Also they did not turn when they went. As for the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. It went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire lightning went forth. And the living creatures ran and returned like the appearance of a flash of lightning. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel was upon the earth by the living creatures, with his 4 faces. And the appearance of the wheel and their work was like the color of beryl. And the 4 of them had the same appearance. And their appearance and their work was as if it were a wheel in the middle of the wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides. Also they did not turn when they went. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about the 4 of them. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Wherever the Spirit went to go, they went where their spirit went. And the wheels were lifted up over against them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When those went, these went. And when those stood still, these stood still. And when those lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up over opposite them, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was like the color of reverent crystal, stretched out over their heads. And under the firmament their wings were straight, one toward the other. Each had 2 that covered on this side, and each had 2 that covered on that side of their bodies. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of a host. When they stood, they let down their wings. And there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads when they stood and let down their wings. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, like the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness of the appearance of an Adam upon it. And I saw, like the color of amber, like the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about, like the appearance of the rainbow that is in the cloud during a rainy day, so too was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Yahweh. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice from the one who spoke. And he said to me, Son of Adam, stand upon your feet, and I will speak to you. Then the Ruach entered into me when he spoke to me, and set me upon my feet, so that I heard him who spoke to me. And he said to me, Son of Adam, I send you to the children of Yeshariel, to a rebellious nation who has rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed against me, even to this very day. For they are impotent children and stiff-hearted. I will send you to them, and you will say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim. And they, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house, will still know that there has been a prophet among them. And you, son of Adam, do not be afraid of them, nor be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns are with you, and you will dwell among scorpions, do not be afraid of their words, nor be dismayed by their looks, though they are a rebellious house. And you will speak my words to them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are very rebellious. But you, son of Adam, hear what I say to you. Do not be rebellious like the rebellious house. Open your mouth and eat what I give you. And when I looked, behold, a hand was sent to me, and lo, a scroll of a supper was in it. Then he spread it before me, and there was writing within and without. Also lamentations and mournings, and woe was written in it. Moreover, he said to me, Son of Adam, eat what you find, eat this scroll, and go speak to the house of Yeshariel. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat the scroll. And he said to me, Son of Adam, cause your belly to eat, and fill your bowels with this scroll that I give you. Therefore I ate, and it was sweet as honey in my mouth. And he said to me, Son of Adam, go, get yourself to the house of Yeshariel, and speak my words to them. For you are not sent to a people of a strange speech, and of a hard language, but to the house of Yeshariel, not to many people of a strange speech, and of a hard language, whose words you do not understand. Surely, had I sent you to them, they would have hearkened to you. But the house of Yeshariel will not hearken to you, for they will not hearken to me. For the entire house of Yeshariel is impudent and hard-hearted. Behold, I have made your face strong against their faces, and your forehead strong against their foreheads. I have made your forehead like a briar that is harder than flint. Do not fear them, nor be dismayed by their looks, though they are a rebellious house. Moreover, he said to me, Son of Adam, all my words that I will speak to you receive in your heart, and hear with your ears. And go get yourself to them of the captivity, to the children of your people, and speak to them, and tell them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. Chapter 2. Then the Ruach took me up, And I heard a great rushing voice behind me, saying, Blessed is the glory of Yahweh from his place. Also I heard the noise of the wings of the living creatures who touched one another, and the noise of the wheels over opposite them, and a noise of great rushing. Then the Ruach lifted me up, and took me away, and I went with bitterness in the heat of my spirit. But the hand of Yahweh was strong upon me. Furthermore, I came to those of the captivity, those who dwelt by the faraway river of Tel Abib, and I sat where they sat, and remained there astonished among them for 7 days. And it came to pass at the end of 7 days that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, I have made you a watchman for the house of Yeshariel. Therefore hear the word of my mouth, and give them enlightenment from me. When I say to the wicked, You will surely die, yet you did not give him enlightenment, nor speak to enlighten the wicked from his wicked way to save his life, the same wicked man will die in his iniquity, but I will require his blood at your hand. Yet if you warned the wicked, and he did not turn from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he will die in his iniquity, but you have delivered your soul. Again, when a righteous man does turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he will die. Because you have not given him enlightenment, he will die in his sin, and his righteousness, which he has done, will not be remembered, but I will require his blood by your hand. Nevertheless, if you enlighten the righteous man, so that the righteous does not die, and he does not sin, he will surely live, because he is enlightened. Also, you have delivered your soul. Chapter 3. Furthermore, the hand of Yahweh was upon me, and he said to me, Arise, go forth into the plain, and I will talk with you there. So I arose and went forth into the plain, and behold, the glory of Yahweh stood there, like the glory that I saw by the faraway river, and I fell upon my face. Then the Ruach entered into me, and set me upon my feet, and spoke with me, and said to me, Go, shut yourself within your house. But you, O son of Adam, behold, they will put bonds upon you, and will bind you with them, and you will not go out from among them. And I will make your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth, so that you will be mute, and it will be a reprover to them, for they are a rebellious house. But when I speak with you, I will open your mouth, and you will say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, He who hears, let him hear, and he who forbears, let him forbear, for they are a rebellious house. Also, son of Adam, take a tile, and lay it before yourself, and portray a city upon it, even Yerushalayim, and lay siege against it, and build a fort against it, and cast a mount against it. Also set the camp against it, and set battering rams against it round about. Moreover, take unto yourself an iron pan, and set it for an iron wall between you and the city. Also set your face against it, and it will be besieged, and you will lay siege against it. This will be a sign for the house of Yeshariel. Chapter 4. Also lay upon your side, and lay the iniquity of the house of Yeshariel upon it. According to the number of days that you lie upon it, you will bear their iniquity. For I have laid upon you the years of their iniquity, according to the number of days, 390 days. Therefore you will bear the iniquity of the house of Yeshariel. And when you have accomplished them, then lie again on your right side, and you will bear the iniquity of the house of Yehuda 40 days. I have appointed you each day for a year. Therefore you will set your face toward the siege of Yerushalayim, and your arm will be uncovered, and you will prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bonds upon you, and you will not turn yourself from one side to another until you have ended the days of your siege. Also take wheat and barley and beans and lentils and millet and fitches, and put them in one vessel for yourself. And of it make yourself bread according to the number of the days that you will lie upon your side. You will eat it for 390 days, and your food which you eat will be by weight, 20 shekels per day. You will eat it from day to day. Also you will drink water by measure, a sixth part of a hin. You will drink it from day to day, and you will eat it like barley cakes, and you will bake it with dung that comes out of Adam in their sight. And Yahweh said, even this the children of Yeshariel will eat their defiled bread among the nations, where I will drive them. However, I said, O Adonai, Yahweh, behold, my soul has not been polluted, for since my youth even until now I have not eaten that which dies of itself, or is torn in pieces, nor has abominable flesh come into my mouth. Behold, I have given you cow's dung instead of Adam's dung, and you will prepare your bread with it. Moreover, he said to me, Son of Adam, behold, I will break the staff of bread in Yerushalayim, and they will eat bread by weight, and with care, and they will drink water by measure, and with astonishment, so that they may want bread and water, and are astonished one with another, and consume away and waste away for their iniquity. Chapter 5. And you, son of Adam, take yourself a sharp knife, take yourself a barber's razor, and cause it to pass upon your head and upon your beard. Then take yourself balances to weigh and divide the hair. You will burn a third part in the midst of the city with fire. When the days of the siege are fulfilled, then you will take a third part and strike around it with a knife, and a third part of you will scatter in the wind. Then I will draw out a sword after them. Also you will take a few of it in number, and bind them in your skirts. Then take of them again, and cast them into the midst of the fire, and burn them in the fire, for a fire will come forth of it into the entire house of Yeshariel. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, this is Yeshariel. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries who are around her, and she has changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nations, and my customs more than the countries that are round about her. For they have refused my judgments and my customs. They have not walked in them. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have multiplied more than the nations who are around you, and have not walked in my customs, nor have kept my judgments, nor have done according to the judgments of the nations who are around you. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, behold, I, even I, am against you, and I will execute judgment in the midst of you in the sight of the nations. Then I will do with you what I have never done, and what I will never do like again, because of your abominations. Therefore the fathers will eat the sons in the midst of you, and the sons will eat their fathers, and I will execute judgments in you, and I will scatter the whole remnant of you into all the winds. Therefore, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, surely because you have defiled my sanctuary with all your detestable things, and with all your abominations, therefore I will diminish you also. My eye will not spare, nor will I have any pity. A third part of you will die with the pestilence and famine. They will be consumed in the midst of you. And a third part will fall by the sword around you, and I will scatter a third part into all the winds, and I will draw out a sword after them. Thus my anger will be accomplished, and I will cause my fury to rest upon you. Then I will be comforted. Then they will know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it in my zeal, when I have accomplished my fury in them. Moreover, I will make you a waste, and a reproach among the nations who are around you, in the sight of all who pass by. So it will be a reproach and a taunt, an instruction and an astonishment to the nations that are around you. When I execute judgments in you, with anger and fury and furious rebukes, I, Yahweh, have spoken it. When I will send upon them the evil arrows of famine, which will be for their destruction, and which I will send to destroy you, and I will increase the famine upon you, and will break your staff of bread. Therefore I will send famine and evil beasts upon you, and they will bereave you, and pestilence and blood will pass through you, and I will bring the sword upon you. I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Chapter 6. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face toward the mountains of Yeshariel, and prophesy against them, and say, You mountains of Yeshariel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, and to the hills, and to the rivers, and to the valleys. Behold, I, even I, will bring a sword upon you, and I will destroy your high places. And your altars will be desolate, and your sun pillars will be broken. And I will cast down your slain men before your idols. And I will lay the dead carcasses of the children of Yeshariel before their idols. And I will scatter your bones around your altars. In all your dwelling places the cities will be laid waste, and the high places will be desolate, such that your altars may be laid waste and made desolate, and your idols may be broken and cease, and your sun pillars may be cut down, and your works may be abolished. And the slain will fall in the midst of you, and you will know that I am Yahweh. However, I will leave a remnant, so that you may have some who will escape the sword among the nations, when you are scattered through the countries. And those who escape will remember me among the nations where they are carried captives, where I broke the heart of the harlot who has departed from me, and their eyes that go whoring after their idols, and their faces were turned for the evils that they have committed in all their abominations. Then they will know that I am Yahweh, and that I have not said that I would do this evil to them in vain. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Smite your hand and stamp your foot, and say, Alas for all the evil abominations of the house of Yeshariel, for they will fall by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. He who is afar off will die of the pestilence, and he who is near will fall by the sword, and he who remains and is besieged will die by the famine. Therefore I will accomplish my fury upon them. Then you will know that I am Yahweh, when your slain men will be among their idols around their altars, upon every high hill, in all the tops of the mountains, and under every green tree, and under every thick oak, the place where you have offered sweet savor to all their idols. So I will stretch out my hand upon them, and make the land desolate, even more desolate than the wilderness toward Diblah, in all their habitations, and they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 7. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Also, son of Adam, thus saith Yahweh Elohim to the Adamah of Yeshariel, An end has come, the end upon the four corners of the land. Now the end has come upon you, and I will send my anger upon you, and will judge you according to your ways, and will repay all your abominations upon you. And my eye will not spare you, nor will I have pity, but I will repay your ways upon you, and your abominations will be in the midst of you, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Evil after evil is coming. The end has come, the end has come. It watches for you. Behold, it is coming. The morning has come to you, O you who dwells in the land. The time has come. The day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Now I will shortly pour out my fury upon you, and accomplish my anger upon you, and I will judge you according to your ways, and will repay you for all your abominations. And my eye will not spare, nor will I have pity. I will repay you according to your ways and your abominations, which are in the midst of you, and you will know that I am Yahweh who strikes. Behold the day. Behold, it has come. The morning has gone forth. The rod has blossomed. Pride has budded. Violence has risen up into a wicked rod. None of them will remain, nor of their multitude, nor of any of theirs, nor will there be wailing for them. The time has come. The day draws near. Do not let the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath has come upon all its multitude. For the seller will not return to this which is sold, although they are still alive. For the vision concerns all its multitude who will not return, nor will any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, but no one goes into the battle. For my wrath is upon all its multitude. The sword is outside. Also pestilence and famine is within. He who is in the field will die with the sword, and he who is in the city, famine and pestilence will devour him. But the survivors will escape, and will be on the mountains like doves of the valley, all of them mourning, each for his iniquity. All hands will be feeble, and all knees will be weak like water. Also they will gird themselves with sackcloth, and horror will cover them, and shame will be upon all faces, and baldness upon all their heads. They will cast their silver in the streets, and their gold will be removed. Their silver and their gold will not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahweh. They will not satisfy their souls, nor fill their bowels, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. As for the beauty of this ornament, he set it in majesty, but they made the images of their abominations and of their detestable things in it. Therefore I have set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the nations for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a plunder, and they will pollute it. Also I will turn my face from them, and they will pollute my secret place, for the robbers will enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence. Therefore I will bring the worst of the nations, and they will possess their houses. Also I will make the pride of the strong to cease, and their holy places will be defiled. Destruction comes, and they will seek peace, yet there will be none. Mischief will come upon mischief, and rumor will be upon rumor. Then they will seek a vision of the prophet, but the Torah will perish from the priest, and counsel from the ancients. The king will mourn, and the prince will be clothed with desolation, and the hands of the people from the land will be troubled. I will do to them after their way, and I will judge them according to their deserts, and they will know that I am he who exists. Chapter 8. And it came to pass during the 6th year, in the 6th month, on the 5th of the month, as I sat in my house, and the elders of Yehudah sat before me, that the hand of Yahweh Elohim fell upon me there. Then I looked and saw a likeness like the appearance of fire. From what appeared from his loins and downward was fire. Also from his loins and upward was the appearance of a brightness like the color of amber. And he put forth the form of a hand, and took me by a lock of my head. And the Ruach lifted me up between the earth and the heavens, and in a vision of Elohim brought me to Yerushalayim, to the door of the inner gate that looks toward the north, where the seat of the image of jealousy, which provokes to jealousy, was. And behold, the glory of Elohim of Yishareel was there, according to the vision that I saw in the plain. Then he said to me, Son of Adam, now lift up your eyes toward the way of the north. So I lifted up my eyes the way toward the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar was this image of jealousy in the entrance. Furthermore, he said to me, Son of Adam, see what they do, even the great abomination that the house of Yeshariel commits here, so that I will go far from my sanctuary. But turn still again, and you will see greater abominations. Moreover, he brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole was in the wall. Then he said to me, Now, son of Adam, dig in the wall. And when I had dug in the wall, behold, a door. Also he said to me, Go in and see the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing, and abominable beasts, and all idols of the house of Yeshariel were portrayed upon the wall round about. And before them 70 elderly men of the house of Yeshariel stood there. Also in the midst of them Yaazan Yehu, the son of Shaphan, stood, with every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. Then he said to me, Son of Adam, have you seen what the elders of the house of Yeshariel do in the dark? Every man in the chambers of his imagination? For they say, Yahweh does not see us. Yahweh has forsaken the earth. Also he said to me, Still turn again, and you will see greater abominations that they do. So he brought me to the door of the gate of the house of Yahweh, which was toward the north. And behold, a woman sat there weeping for Tammuz. Then he said to me, Have you seen this, O son of Adam? Turn yet again, and you will see greater abominations than these. So he brought me into the inner court of the house of Yahweh, and behold, at the door of the temple of Yahweh, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of Yahweh, and their faces toward the east. And they worshipped the sun toward the east. Then he said to me, Have you seen this, O son of Adam? Is it a light thing to the house of Yehudah that they commit the abominations that they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And behold, they put the branch to their nose. Therefore I will deal in fury too. My eyes will not spare, nor will I have pity. And although they cry in my ears with a loud voice, yet I will not hear them. Chapter 9. Also he cried in my ears with a loud voice, saying, Cause those who have charge over the city to draw near, even every man with his destroying weapon in his hand. And behold, 6 men came from the way of the higher gate, which lies toward the north. And every man had a battle axe in his hand, and a man among them was clothed with linen, with a writer's inkwell by his side. Then they went in and stood before the copper altar. And the glory of Elohim of Yeshariel has gone up from the cherub, whereupon he was, to the threshold of the house. And he called to the man clothed with linen, who had the writer's inkwell in his side. And Yahweh said to him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Yerushalayim, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men who sigh, and cry over all the abominations that are done in its midst. And to the others he said in my hearing, Go after him throughout the city, and strike. Do not let your eye spare, nor have pity. You will attack until destroyed, the old and young, both maids and little children, and women. But do not come near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men who were before the house. Therefore they began with the elderly men who were before the house. Then he said to them, Defile the house, and fill the courts with the slain. Go forth. So they went forth and slew in the city. And it came to pass while they were slaying them, and I was left, that I fell upon my face and cried, and said, O Adonai, Yahweh, will you destroy all the remnant of Yeshariel with the outpouring of your fury upon Jerusalem? Then he said to me, the iniquity of the house of Yeshariel and Yehuda is great, and the land is full of blood, and the city is full of perverseness. For they say, Yehuda has forsaken the earth, and Yehuda does not see. Also, as for me, my eye will not spare, nor will I have pity, but I will repay their way upon their head. And behold, the man clothed with linen, who had the inkwell by his side, reported the matter, saying, I have done like you have commanded me. Chapter 10. Then I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim, there appeared over them, as if a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne. Then he spoke to the man clothed with linen, and said, Go in between the wheels, even under the cherub, and fill your hand with coals of fire from between the cherubim, and scatter them over the city. Then, in my sight, he went in. Now the cherubim stood on the right side of the house, when the man went in, and the cloud filled the inner court. Then the glory of Yehovah went up from the cherub, and stood over the threshold of the house. And the house was filled with the cloud, and the court was filled with the brightness of his glory. And the sound of the wings of the cherubim were heard even to the outer court, like the voice of El Shaddai when he speaks. And it came to pass that when he commanded the man clothed with linen, saying, Take fire from between the wheels, from between the cherubim, then he went in and stood beside the wheels. And the cherub stretched forth his hand from between the cherubim to the fire that was between the cherubim, and took from it, and put it into the hands of him who was clothed with linen, who took from it and went out. And there appeared in the cherubim the form of a hand of Adam under their wings. And when I looked, behold, the 4 wheels by the cherubim. One wheel was by one cherub, and another wheel by another cherub. And the appearance of the wheels was the color of beryl stone. And as for their appearances, the 4 of them had the same likeness, as if a wheel had been in the midst of a wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides. They did not turn as they went, but to the place where the head looked, they followed it. They did not turn as they went. And their whole body, and their backs, and their hands, and their wings, and the wheels were full of eyes round about, even the wheels that the 4 of them had. As for the wheels, it was cried to them in my hearing, O wheel! And each had 4 faces. The first face was the face of a cherub, and the second face was the face of an Adam, and the third was the face of a lion, and the 4th was the face of an eagle. And the cherubim were lifted up. This is the living creature that I saw by the faraway river. And when the cherubim went, the wheels went by them. And when the cherubim lifted up their wings to mount up from the earth, so too the wheels did not turn from beside them. When they stood, these stood. And when they were lifted up, these lifted themselves up also. For the spirit of the living creature was within them. Then the glory of Yehovah departed from off the threshold of the house, and stood over the cherubim. And the cherubim lifted up their wings, and mounted up from the earth in my sight. When they went out, the wheels were beside them also. And everyone stood at the door of the east gate of the house of Yehovah. And the glory of the Elohim of Yeshariel was above them. This is the living creature that I saw under the Elohim of Yeshariel by the faraway river, and I knew that they were the cherubim. Each had 4 faces apiece, and each had 4 wings, and the likeness of the hands of Adam was under their wings, and the likeness of their face was the same faces which I saw by the faraway river. Their appearances and themselves, each of them went straight forward. Chapter 11. Moreover, the Ruach lifted me up, and brought me to the east gate of the house of Yeshariel, which looks eastward. And behold, at the door of the gate was 25 men, among whom I saw Yaazan Yehu, the son of Azur, and Pelath Yah, the son of Benayehu, princes of the people. Then he said to me, Son of Adam, these are the men who devise mischief, and give wicked counsel in the city, who say, It is not soon that the daughters are the cauldron, and we are the flesh. Therefore prophesy against them, O son of Adam. And the Ruach of Yahweh fell upon me, and said to me, Speak, thus saith Yahweh, You have said this, O house of Yeshariel, for I know all the things that comes into your mind. You have multiplied your slain in this city, and you have filled its streets with the slain. Therefore thus saith Yahweh, Your slain whom you have laid in its midst, they are the flesh, and she is the cauldron. But I will bring you out of the midst of her. You have feared the sword, and I will bring the sword upon you, saith Yahweh Elohim. And I will bring you out of the midst of her, and deliver you into the hands of nations, and execute judgment upon you. You will fall by the sword. I will judge you in the border of Yeshariel, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Then she will not be your cauldron, nor will you be the flesh in the midst of her, but I will judge you in the border of Yeshariel. And you will know that I am Yahweh, for you have not walked in my customs, nor executed my judgments, but have done after the manners of the nations who are around you. And it came to pass when I prophesied that Pelathiyah, the son of Benayehu, died. Then I fell down upon my face, and cried with a loud voice, and said, O Adonai, Yahweh, will you make a full end of the remnant of Yeshariel? Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, your brethren, your kindred, and the men of your country, and the entire house of Yeshariel, who have said to the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, Get yourself far away from Yahweh unto us. He has given the land for a possession. Therefore say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, although I have cast them far off among the nations, and although I have scattered them among the countries, still I will be like a little sanctuary for them in the countries where they will go. Therefore say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I will even gather you from the people, and assemble you out of the countries where you have been scattered. And I will give you the Adamah of Yeshariel, and they will come there, and they will take away all of its detestable things, and all of its abominations from there. And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within them, and I will take the stony heart out of their flesh, and will give them a heart of flesh, so that they may walk in my customs, and keep my ordinances, and do them, and they will be my people, and I will be their Elohim. But as far as those whose heart walk after the detestable things and abominations of their heart, I will repay their way upon their own heads, saith Yahweh Elohim. Then the cherubim lifted up their wings, and the hills beside them, and the glory of the Elohim of Yeshariel was high over them. And the glory of Yahweh went up from the midst of the city, and stood upon the mountain that was on the east side of the city. Afterward the Ruach brought me up, and brought me in a vision by the Ruach of Elohim into Kashdim, to those of the captivity. So the vision that I had seen went up from me. Then I spoke to those of the captivity all the things that Yahweh had shown me. Chapter 12. Also the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, you dwell in the midst of a rebellious house, which have eyes to see, but do not see. They have ears to hear, but do not hear, for they are a rebellious house. Therefore, Son of Adam, prepare your belongings for captivity, also during the day in their sight. Also in their sight you will be a captive from your place to another place. Maybe they will see, for they are a rebellious house. And you will bring your belongings out by day in their sight, as if going into captivity. Then you will leave at evening in their sight, like those who go into captivity. In their sight, dig through the wall for yourself and carry it out through it. In their sight, you will bear it upon your shoulders and carry it out in the twilight. You will cover your face so that you do not see the ground. For I have given you for a sign to the house of Yeshariel. Therefore I did as I was commanded. I brought forth my stuff by day, also stuff for captivity, and in the evening I dug through the wall with my hand. I brought it forth in the twilight, and I carried it upon my shoulder in their sight. And in the morning the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, is the house of Yeshariel not a rebellious house? Saying to you, what are you doing? Say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, this burden concerns the leader in Yerushalayim, and the entire house of Yeshariel who are among them. Say, I am your sign, just as I have done, so too it will be done to them. They will become captives and go into captivity. And the prince who is among them will bear upon his shoulder in the twilight, and will go forth. They will dig through the wall to carry out by it. He will cover his face, so that he will not see the ground with his eyes. Also I will spread my net upon him, and he will be taken in my trap. And I will bring him to Babel, to the land of the Kashdim. Even though he will not see it, he will die there. Furthermore, all who are around him to help, and every troop, I will scatter toward every wind, and I will draw out the sword after them. Then, when I scatter them among the nations and disperse them in the countries, they will know that I am Yahweh. But I will leave a few men of them from the sword, from the famine, and from the pestilence, so that they may declare all their abominations among the nations where they go. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. Furthermore, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, eat your bread with quaking, and drink your water with trembling and with carefulness. And say to the people from the Adamah, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and from the land of Yeshariel. They will eat their bread with carefulness, and drink their water with astonishment, that her land may be desolate from all who are in it, because of the violence of all those who dwell in it. And the cities that are inhabited and the land will be desolate. And you will know that I am Yahweh. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, why is there a proverb in the Adamah of Yeshariel that you have, saying, The days are prolonged, and every vision fails? Therefore tell them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I will make this proverb to stop, and they will not use it any more as a proverb in Yeshariel, but will say to them, The days are at hand, and the effect of every vision. For there will not be any more vain vision, nor flattering divination within the house of Yeshariel. For I am Yahweh. I will speak, and the word that I speak will come to pass. It will not be prolonged any more. For in your days, O rebellious house, I will say the word, and will perform it, saith Yahweh Elohim. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, behold, those of the house of Yeshariel say, The vision that he sees is for many days to come, and he prophesies of times that are far off. Therefore say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, None of my words will be prolonged any more, but the word that I speak will be done, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 13. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, prophesy against the prophets of Yeshariel, who prophesy, and say to those who prophesy out of their own hearts, Hear ye the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Woe to the bastard prophets, who follow their own spirit, and have seen nothing. O Yeshareal, your prophets are like the foxes in the deserts. You have not gone up into the gaps, nor made up the hedge for the house of Yeshareal to stand in the battle during the day of Yahweh. They saw nothing and uttered lies, saying, Yahweh says, however, Yahweh has not sent them. And they have made others to hope so that they would confirm the word. Have you not seen a vain vision? And have you not spoken a lying divination? Whereas you say, Yahweh says it. However, I have not spoken. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have spoken vanity and seen lies, therefore, behold, I am against you, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, my hand will be upon the prophets who see vanity and who enchant lies. They will not be in the assembly of my people, nor will they be written in the writing of the house of Yeshareal, nor will they enter into the Adamah of Yeshareal. And you will know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Also, because they have seduced my people, saying, Peace, yet there is no peace. Also, he built up a wall, and looked, and saw others daubing it with untempered mortar. Say to those who daub it with untempered mortar, that it will fall. There will be an overflowing shower, and you, O great hailstones, will fall, and a stormy wind will tear it. Behold, when the wall falls, will it not be said to you, Where is the daubing of which you had daubed it? Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, In my fury I will even tear it with a stormy wind, and there will be an overflowing shower in my anger, and great hailstones in my fury to consume it. Therefore I will break down the wall that you have daubed with untempered mortar, and bring it down to the ground, so that its foundation will be discovered, and it will fall, and you will be consumed in the midst of it, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Thus I will accomplish my wrath upon the wall, and upon those who have daubed it with untempered mortar, and I will say to you, The wall is no more, nor those who daubed it, to know the prophets of Yeshareal, who prophesy concerning Yerushalayim, and who see visions of peace for her. Yet there is no peace, saith Yahweh Elohim. Likewise, Son of Man, set your face against the daughters of your people, who prophesy out of their heart, and prophesy against them, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Woe to the women who sew pillows for all armpits, and make handkerchiefs upon the head of every stature to hunt souls. Will you hunt the souls of my people, and keep your own soul alive? And will you pollute me among my people for handfuls of barley and for pieces of bread, to slay the souls that do not die, and to save the souls alive that do not live, by lying to my people who hear your lies? Therefore Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, I am against your charms, of which you hunt the souls to make them fly, and I will tear them from your arms. And I will let the souls go, even the souls that you hunt to make them fly. Also I will tear the handkerchiefs, and deliver my people out of your hand, and they will not be in your hand to be hunted any more. And you will know that I am Yahweh, because with lies you have made the heart of the righteous sad, whom I have not made sad, and strengthened the hand of the wicked, so that he will not return from his wicked way, by promising him life. Therefore you will envision no more emptiness, and enchant no more incantations. For I will deliver my people out of your hand, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 14. Then some of the elders of Yeshareal came to me, and they sat before me. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, These men have set up their idols in their heart, and put the stumbling block of their iniquity before their face. Will I be inquired by them at all? Therefore speak to them, and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, every man of the house of Yeshariel, who sets up his idols in his heart, and puts the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face, and comes to the prophet, I, Yahweh, will answer him who comes according to the multitude of his idols, so that I may take the house of Yeshariel in their own heart, because they are all estranged from me by their idols. Therefore say to the house of Yeshariel, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Repent, and turn yourselves from your idols, and turn your faces away from all your abominations. For man, any of the house of Yeshariel, or of the immigrant who dwells in Yeshariel, yet he separates himself from me, and sets up his idol in his heart, and puts the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face, and comes to a prophet to inquire of him concerning me. I, Yahweh, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and I will make him a sign and a proverb, and I will cut him off from the midst of my people, and you will know that I am Yahweh. And if the prophet is deceived when he has spoken a thing, I, Yahweh, have deceived that prophet. And I will stretch out my hand upon him, and destroy him from the midst of my people Yeshariel. And they will bear the punishment of their iniquity. The punishment of the prophet will be even like the punishment of him who seeks for him, such that the house of Yeshariel will not go astray from me, nor be polluted any more with all their transgressions, but will be my people, and I will be their Elohim, saith Yahweh Elohim. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, when the land sins against me, by trespassing grievously, then I will stretch out my hand upon it, and break the staff of its bread, and send famine upon it, and cut off man and beast from it. Although these three men, Noach, Daniel, and Ahub, were in it, they would only deliver their own soul by their righteousness, saith Yahweh Elohim. If I cause noisy beasts to pass through the land, and they plunder it, so that it becomes desolate, so that no man may pass through because of the beasts, although these three men were in it, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, they will not deliver sons nor daughters, only they would be delivered, but the land would become desolate. Or if I bring a sword upon that land and say, Sword, go through the land, so that I cut off Adam and beast from it, although these three men were in it, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, they will not deliver any sons nor daughters, but will only deliver themselves. Or if I send a pestilence into that land, and pour my fury upon it with blood, to cut off Adam and beast from it, even if Noach, Daniel, and Ahub were in it, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, they will not deliver a son nor daughter. They will only deliver their own souls by their righteousness. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, how much more when I send my four judgments upon Yerushalayim, the sword, and the famine, and the noisy beasts, and the pestilence to cut off Adam and beast from it. Yet behold, in it a remnant will be left, who will be brought forth, both sons and daughters. Behold, they will come out to you, and you will see their ways and their doings, and you will be comforted concerning the evil that I have brought upon Yerushalayim, even concerning all that I have brought upon it. And they will comfort you when you see all their ways and their doings, and you will know that I have not done all that I have done in it without a reason, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 15. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, How is the vine tree better than any other branch of wood from among the trees of the forest? Will wood be taken of it to do any work? Or will man take a pin of it to hang any vessel with it? Behold, it is cast into the fire for fuel. The fire devours both of its ends. Also, the middle of it is burned. Is it useful for any work? Behold, when it was whole, it was not useful for work. How much less useful will it be for any work still, when the fire has devoured it and has burned it? Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, just like the vine tree among the trees of the forest, which I give to the fire for fuel, so too I will give the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and I will set my face against them. They will go out from one fire, and another fire will devour them. And you will know that I am Yahweh when I set my face against them. And I will make the land desolate, because they have committed a trespass, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 16. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, cause Yerushalayim to know her abominations, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to Yerushalayim, Your birth and your nativity is from the land of Canaan. Your father was an Amori, and your mother was a Hittite. And as for your nativity, during the day that you were born, your navel was not cut, nor were you washed in water to cleanse yourself. You were not salted at all, nor swaddled at all. No eye pitied you, to do any of these for you, to have compassion upon you. Instead, during the day that you were born, you were cast out in the open field from the disgust of your life. But when I passed by you and saw you polluted in your own blood, I said to you, when you were in your blood, live. Yes, while you were in your blood, I said, live. You have multiplied like a bud in a field, and you have increased and grown great, and you have excellent ornaments. Your breasts are formed, and your hair is grown, where you were naked and bare. Now, when I passed by you and looked upon you, behold, your time was the time of love, and I spread my skirt over you, and covered your nakedness. Also, I swore to you, and entered into a covenant with you, saith Yahweh Elohim, and you became mine. Then I washed you with water. Yes, I cleansed away your blood from you, and I anointed you with oil. Also, I clothed you with embroidered work, and shewed you with badger skin, and I girded around you with fine linen, and I covered you with silk. Also, I decked you with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon your hands, and a chain on your neck, and I put a jewel on your forehead, and earrings in your ears, and a beautiful crown upon your head. Therefore you were decorated with gold and silver, and your raiment was of fine linen, and silk, and embroidered work. You ate fine flour, and honey, and oil, and you were very beautiful. Also you prospered into a kingdom, and your fame went forth among the nations for your beauty, for it was perfect by my splendor, which I put upon you, saith Yahweh Elohim. But you trusted in your own beauty, and played the harlot because of your fame. Also, you poured out your fornications on everyone who passed by, who would have it. And of your garments you took and decorated your altars with diverse colors, and played the harlot upon them, such things that should not have come nor happen. Also you have taken your fair jewels of my gold and my silver, which I have given you, and made images of men for yourself, and committed whoredom with them. Then you took your embroidered garments and covered them. Also you have set my oil and my incense before them. Furthermore, my grain which I gave you, the fine flour, and oil, and honey, of which I fed you, you have even set it before them for a sweet savor. And so it was, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, you have taken your sons and your daughters, whom you have birthed for me, and these you have sacrificed them to be devoured. Of your whoredoms, is this a small matter? That you have slain my children, and delivered them to cause them to pass through the fire? And in all your abominations and your whoredoms you have not remembered the days of your youth, when you were naked and bare, and polluted in your blood. And it came to pass after all your wickedness, woe, woe unto you, saith Yahweh Elohim. Furthermore, you built a shrine for yourself, and made a high place for yourself on every street. You have built your high place at the head of the way, and have made your beauty to be detested, and have spread your feet to every one who passed by, and multiplied your whoredoms. Also, you play the harlot with Mitzrayim, the erected flesh of your neighbor, and have increased your whoredoms to provoke me to anger. Therefore, behold, I have stretched out my hand over you, and have diminished your ordinary food, and delivered you to the will of those who hate you, the daughters of the Philistine, who are ashamed of your lewd way. Also you have played the whore with the sons of Ashur, because you were unsatisfied. Even playing the harlot with them, still you were not satisfied. Moreover, you have multiplied your fornication in the land of Canaan to the Kashdim, and still you are not satisfied here. How weak is your heart, saith Yahweh Elohim, seeing you do all these things, the work of a domineering, whorish woman, in that you build your shrine in the head of every way, and make your altar in every street. And yet you have not been like a harlot, because you reject payment. Instead, like a wife who commits adultery, who takes strangers instead of her husband. They give gifts to all whores, but you give your gifts to all your lovers, and you pay them, so that they may come to you on every side for your whoredom. Therefore the contradiction in you from other women in your whoredoms is that no one pursues you to commit whoredoms, and in that you give a reward. However, no reward is given to you. Therefore you are a contradiction. For this, O harlot, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because your filthiness was poured out, and your nakedness discovered through your whoredoms with your lovers, and with all your abominable idols, and by the blood of your children, which you gave to them. Therefore, behold, I will gather all the lovers of whom you have taken pleasure, and all those who you have loved, and with all those who you have hated. I will even gather them against you round about, and you will reveal your nakedness to them, so that they may see all your nakedness. And I will judge you like a woman who breaks wedlock and sheds blood is judged. And I will give you blood in fury and jealousy. Also, I will give you into their hand, and they will throw down your shrines, and will break down your high places. Also, they will strip you of your clothes, and will take your fair jewels, and leave you naked and bare. Also, they will bring up a company against you, and they will stone you with stones, and thrust you through with their swords. And they will burn your houses with fire, and execute judgments upon you in the sight of many women. And I will cause you to cease from playing the harlot. Also, you will give no hire any more. Then I will make my fury toward you to rest, and my jealousy will depart from you. And I will be quiet, and I will not be angry any more, because you have not remembered the days of your youth, but have aggravated me with all these things. Therefore, behold, I too will repay your way upon your head, saith Yahweh Elohim, and you will not commit this lewdness above all your abominations. Behold, everyone who uses proverbs will use this proverb against you, saying, As is the mother, so too is the daughter. You are your mother's daughter, who detests her husband and her children. You are the sister of your sisters, who detest their husband and their children. Your mother was a Hittite, and your father was an Amori. Furthermore, your elder sister is Shamarun. She and her daughters are those who dwell at your left hand. And your younger sister who dwells at your right hand is Sedum and her daughters. Yet you have not walked after their ways, nor done according to their abominations. But as if that was a little thing, you are more corrupted than them in all your ways. As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, your sister Sedum has not done, she nor her daughters, like you have done, you and your daughters. Behold, this was the iniquity of your sister Sedum. Pride, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Also, she did not strengthen the hand of the poor and needy. Furthermore, they were prideful and committed abominations before me. Therefore I took them away as I saw fit. Nor has Shamarun committed half of your sins, but you have multiplied your abominations more than them, and have justified your sisters in all your abominations that you have done. Also you, who have judged your sisters, carry your own shame for your sin that you have committed more abominable than them. They are more righteous than you. Also, may you be disgraced and bear your shame, and that you have justified your sisters. When I bring their captives again, the captives of Sedum and her daughters, and the captives of Shamarun and her daughters, then I will bring your captives among them, so that you may bear your own shame, and may be disgraced in all that you have done, so that you are a comfort to them. When your sisters Sedum and her daughters return to their former estate, and Shamarun and her daughters return to their former estate, then you and your daughters will return to your former estate. For your sister Sedum was not mentioned by my mouth in the day of your pride, before your wickedness was discovered, like during the time of your reproach by the daughters of Aram, and all who are around her, the daughters of the Pelishtim, who despise you round about. You have carried your lewdness and your abominations, saith Yahweh. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I will even deal with you as what you have done, which is despise the oath by breaking the covenant. However, I will remember my covenant with you during the days of your youth, and I will establish an everlasting covenant for you. Then you will remember your ways and be ashamed, when you accept your sisters, your elder and your younger. Then I will give them to you for daughters, but not from your covenant. And I will establish my covenant with you. Then you will know that I am he who exists, so that you may remember and be ashamed, and not open your mouth away from my presence any more. Like a friend, I have provided atonement for you, for all that you have done, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 17. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adum, put forth a riddle, and speak a parable to the house of Yishariel, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, a great eagle with great powerful wings, full of feathers that are different colors, came to Lebanon, and took the highest cedar branch. He broke off the top of its young twigs, and carried it into a land of commerce, where he planted it in a city of merchants. Also he took one of the seeds from the land, and planted it in a fruitful field. He placed it near mighty waters, and set it like a willow tree. Moreover, it grew and became a spreading vine of low stature, whose branches turned towards him, and its roots were beneath him. Therefore it became a vine, and brought forth branches, and shot forth shoots. However, another great eagle with great wings and many feathers came there. And behold, this vine bent her roots towards him, and shot out her branches towards him to water her from the terrace where she had been planted. It was planted in a good soil by great waters, so that it might bring forth branches, and that it might bear fruit, that it might be a good vine. Ask this, saith Yahweh Elohim, will it prosper? Will he not pull up its roots and cut off its fruit, so that it withers? All the leaves that she springs will wither, and not with great power, nor will many people pluck it up by its roots. But planted it thrived. Will it not wither when the east wind touches it? It will wither in the terrace where it grew. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Now say to the rebellious house, Do you not know what these things mean? Behold, the king of Babel has come to Jerusalem. Behold, the king of Babel has come to Jerusalem. Also, he has taken its king and its princes, leading them into Babel with him. Furthermore, he has taken the seed of the king and made a covenant with him, and has taken an oath of him. Also, he has taken the mighty from the land, so that the kingdom might be lowered, so that it might not lift itself up, but that it will stand by keeping his covenant. However, he rebelled against him by sending his ambassadors into Mitzrayim, so that they might give him horses and many people. Will he prosper? Will he who does such things escape? Or will he who breaks a covenant also be delivered? As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, he will not die in the place of the king who is reigning over him, whose oath he despises, and whose covenant he has broken with him in the midst of Babel. Also Paro, with his mighty army and great company, will not do anything for him during the war, by casting up mounts and building forts to cut off many people. Also, he despised the oath by breaking the covenant, and in fact, he had given his hand, and has given all these things. He will not escape. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, as I live, surely my oath that he despised, and my covenant that he broke, even it I will repay upon his own head, and I will spread my net upon him, and he will be taken in my trap, and I will bring him to Babel, and will plead with him there from his trespass, that he has trespassed against me, and all of his fugitives with all of his bonds will fall by the sword. Also, those who remain will be scattered toward all winds. Then you will know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim. Also, I will take from the highest branch of the cedar tree, and I will plant it. I will crop off the top of the young twigs, a tender one, and plant it upon a high and steep mountain. I will plant it in a high mountain of Yeshariel, and it will bring forth limbs, and bear fruit, and be a majestic cedar. Moreover, all the birds of every wing will dwell in it. They will dwell in the shade of its branches. Then all the trees of the field will know that I, Yahweh, have brought down the high tree. I have exalted the low tree. I have dried up the green tree, and I have made the dry tree to flourish. I, Yahweh, have spoken, and will do it. Chapter 18. The word of Yahweh came to me again, saying, What does it mean when you use this proverb concerning the Adamah of Yeshariel, saying, The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, you will not have an occasion to use this proverb in Yeshariel any more. Behold, all souls are mine. Just as the soul of the Father is mine, so too is the soul of the Son. The soul who sins, it will die. But if a man is just, and does what is lawful and right, and has not eaten upon the mountains, nor has lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Yeshariel, nor has defiled his neighbor's wife, nor has come near to a menstruous woman, and has not oppressed any, but has restored to the debtor his pledge, has given his bread to the hungry, and has covered the naked with a garment. He who has not lent with interest, nor has taken any increase, who has withdrawn his hand from iniquity, has executed true judgment between man and man, has walked in my customs, and has kept my judgments to deal truly. He is just. Surely he will live, saith Yahweh Elohim. If he begets a son who is a robber, a shedder of blood, or anything similar to these things, or who does not do any of those duties, but has eaten upon the mountains and defiled his neighbor's wife, has oppressed the poor and needy, has plundered by violence, has not restored the pledge, and has lifted up his eyes to the idols, has committed abomination, has given out upon usury, and has taken increase, then will he live? He will not live. He has done all of these abominations. Surely he will die. His blood will be upon him. Now behold, if he begets a son who sees all his father's sins which he has done, and considers, and does not do similarly, who has not eaten upon the mountains, nor has lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Yeshariel, has not defiled his neighbor's wife, nor has oppressed anyone, has not withheld the pledge, nor has plundered with violence, but has given his bread to the hungry, and has covered the naked with a garment, who has taken off his hand from the poor, who has not received usury nor increase, has executed my judgments, has walked in my customs. He will not die for the iniquity of his father. Surely he will live. As for his father, because he cruelly oppressed, plundered his brother by violence, and did what is not good among his people, behold, even he will die in his iniquity. Yet you say, why does the son not bear the iniquity of the father? When the son has done what is lawful and right, and has kept all my customs, and has done them, surely he will live. The soul who sins, it will die. The son will not bear the iniquity of the father, nor will the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous will be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked will be upon him. But if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he has committed, and keep all my customs, and do that which is lawful and right, surely he will live, he will not die. And his transgressions that he has committed, they will not be mentioned to him. He will live by the righteousness that he has done. Do I have any pleasure at all that the wicked would die, saith Yahweh Elohim, and not that he would return from his ways and live? Also, when the righteous turns away from his righteousness, and commits iniquity, and does according to all the abominations that the wicked man does, he will live. Also, when the righteous turns away from his righteousness, and commits iniquity, and does according to all the abominations that the wicked man does, will he live? All the righteousness that he has done will not be mentioned. In his trespass that he has trespassed, and in the sin that he has sinned, he will die by them. Yet you say, the way of Adonai is not just. Hear now, O house of Yeshariel, is my way not just? Are not your ways unjust? When a righteous man turns away from his righteousness, and commits iniquity, and dies with them, for his iniquity that he has done, he will die. Again, when the wicked man turns away from his wickedness, which he has committed, and does what is lawful and right, he will save his soul alive. Because he considers and turns away from all the transgressions that he has committed, Surely he will live. He will not die. Yet the house of Yeshariel says, the way of Adonai is not equal. O house of Yeshariel, are my ways not equal? Are your ways not unequal? Therefore I will judge you, O house of Yeshariel, everyone according to his ways, saith Yahweh Elohim. Repent and turn yourselves from all your transgressions. So iniquity will not be your ruin. Cast away from you all the transgressions by which you have transgressed, and make yourself a new heart and a new spirit. For why should you die, O house of Yeshariel? For I have no pleasure in the death of him who dies, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, take up a lamentation for the princes of Yeshariel, and say, who is your mother, a lioness? She lies down among lions. She nourishes her cubs among young lions. She has brought up one of her cubs. It became a young lion, and learned to catch the prey, to devour Adam. Also the nations heard of him. He was taken in their pit, and with their chains they brought him to the land of Mizraim. Now when she saw that, she waited, but her hope was lost. Then she took another of her cubs, and made him a young lion, and he went up and down among the lions. He became a young lion, and learned to catch the prey, and devour Adam. And he knew that their palaces were desolate, and their cities were laid waste. And the desolate land was filled with the noise of his roaring. Then the nations set against him on every side from the provinces, and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit. And they put him in ward in chains, and brought him to the king of Babel. They brought him into its hold, so that his voice would not be heard any more among the mountains of Yeshariel. Your mother is like a vine planted in a vineyard by the waters. She was fruitful and full of branches because of many waters, and she had strong rods for the scepters of those who ruled. And her stature was exalted among the thick branches, and she appeared in the height with the multitude of her branches. But she was plucked up by fury. She was cast down to the ground, and the east wind dried up her fruit. Her strong rods were broken and withered. The fire consumed them. And now she is planted in the wilderness, in a dry and thirsty ground. The fire is gone out of the rod of her branches, which has devoured her fruit, so that she has no strong rod to be a scepter to rule. This is a lamentation, and will be for a lamentation. Chapter 20. And it came to pass during the 7th year, in the 5th month, on the 10th of the month, that some of the elders of Yeshariel came to inquire of Yahweh, and sat before me. Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, speak to the elders of Yeshariel, and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, have you come to inquire of me? As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. Will you judge them, son of Adam? Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers, and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I chose Yeshariel, and lifted up my hand to the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known to them in the land of Mizraim, when I lifted up my hand to them, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim, in the day that I lifted up my hand to them, to bring them out from the land of Mizraim into the land that I had spied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Then I said to them, Each man cast away the abominations of his eyes, and do not be defiled with the idols of Mizraim. I am Yahweh your Elohim. But they rebelled against me, and would not hearken to me. Each man did not cast away the abominations of his eyes, nor did they forsake the idols of Mizraim. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the midst from the land of Mitzrayim. But I worked for my name's sake, so that it would not be polluted before the nations, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known to them, in bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore I caused them to go out from the land of Mitzrayim, and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my customs, and showed them my judgments, which if an Adam does them, then he will live by them. Also I gave them my Shabbats, to be a sign between me and them, so that they might know that I am Yehovah who sanctifies them. But the house of Yeshariel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They did not walk in my customs. Also they despised my judgments, which if an Adam does them, the Adam will live by them. And they have polluted my Shabbats. Then I said that I would pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness, to consume them. But I worked for my name's sake, so that it would not be polluted before the nation, in whose sight I brought them out. Also I lifted up my hand to them in the wilderness, so that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, because they despised my judgments, and did not walk in my customs, but polluted my Shabbats, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless my eye spared them from destroying them. I did not make an end of them in the wilderness. But I said to their children in the wilderness, do not walk in the customs of your fathers, nor observe their judgments, nor defile yourself with their idols. I am Yehovah your Elohim. Walk in my customs, and keep my judgments, and do them. Also hallow my Shabbats, and they will be a sign between you and I, so that you will know that I am Yehovah your Elohim. However, the children rebelled against me. They did not walk in my customs, nor keep my judgments to do them, which if an Adam does, so too he will live by them. They polluted my Shabbats. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. But I withdrew my hand and worked for my name's sake, so that I will not be polluted in the sight of the nation, in whose sight I brought them forth. Also, I lifted up my hand to them in the wilderness, so that I would scatter them among the nations, and disperse them through the countries, because they have not executed my judgments, but have despised my customs, and have polluted my Shabbats, and their eyes followed their idols. Also I gave them customs that were not good, and judgments that they could not live by. And I polluted them with their own gifts, by causing all who opened the womb to cross over, so that I might make them desolate, for the purpose of knowing that I am Yehovah. Therefore, son of Adam, speak to the house of Yeshariel, and say to them, Thus saith Yehovah Elohim, still in this your fathers blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. For when I brought them into the land, I lifted up my hand to give it to them. Then they saw every high hill, and all the thick trees. So they offered their sacrifice there, and they presented the provocation of their offering there, and they made their sweet savor there, and they poured out their drink offering there. Therefore I said to them, What is this high place that you go to? The name of it is called Bama to this day. Therefore say to the house of Yeshariel, Thus saith Yehovah Elohim, you are polluted after the manner of your fathers, and you commit whoredom, following their abominations. For when you offer your gifts, when you make your sons pass through the fire, you pollute yourselves with all your idols, even to this day. And should I be inquired of by you, O house of Yeshariel? As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. And what comes into your mind will not happen to all, when you say, we will be like the nations, like the families of the countries, to serve wood and stone. As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with fury poured out, I will rule over you, and I will bring you out from the people, and I will gather you out of the countries in which you are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with fury poured out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there I will plead with you face to face, like I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness from the land of Mitzrayim. So too I will plead with you, saith Yahweh Elohim, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of a covenant. And I will purge the rebels of those who transgress against me out from among them. I will bring them out of the country where they have journeyed, and they will not enter into the Adamah of Yeshariel. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. As for you, O house of Yeshariel, saith Yahweh Elohim, go serve your idols, each of you, and after that, if you do not hearken to me, then you will not pollute my holy name with your gifts and idols any more. For in my holy mountain, in the mountain of the height of Yeshariel, saith Yahweh Elohim, there the entire house of Yeshariel, all of them in the land, will serve me. There I will accept them, and there I will require your offerings, and the first fruits of your oblations, with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet savor, when I bring you out from the people, and gather you out of the countries in which you have been scattered, and I will be sanctified in you before the nation. And you will know that I am Yahweh, when I bring you into the Adamah of Yeshariel, into the country that I lifted up my hand to give it to your fathers. Therefore you will remember your ways and all your doings, in which you have been defiled, and you will detest yourselves in your own sight for all your evil that you have committed. And you will know that I am Yahweh, when I have worked with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings, O you house of Yeshariel, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face toward the south, and drop your word toward the south, and prophesy against the forest of the southern field, and say to the forest of the south, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will kindle a fire in you, and it will devour every green tree and every dry tree among you. The burning flame will not be quenched, and all faces from the south to the north will be burned by it, and all flesh will see that I, Yahweh, have kindled it. It will not be quenched. Then I said, Oh, Adonai, Yahweh, they say to me, is he not speaking parables? Chapter 21. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face toward Yerushalayim, and drop your word toward the holy places, and prophesy against the Adamah of Yeshariel. And say to the Adamah of Yeshariel, Thus saith Yahweh, behold, I am against you, and I will draw my sword out of its sheath, and I will cut off the righteous and the wicked from you. Then, seeing that I will cut the righteous and the wicked from you, therefore my sword will go out of its sheath against all flesh from the south to the north, so that all flesh may know that I, Yahweh, have drawn my sword out of its sheath. It will not return any more. Therefore, son of Adam, sigh with the breaking of your loins, and sigh with bitterness before their eyes. And it will be, when they say to you, "Why do you sigh?" that you will answer, "For the tidings, because it comes, and every heart will melt, and all hands will be feeble, and every spirit will faint, and all knees will become weak like water. Behold, it is coming, and it will be brought to pass, saith Yahweh Elohim." Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, "Son of Adam, prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahweh, a sword says, the sword is sharpened, also polished. It is sharpened for the purpose of a great slaughter. It is polished for the purpose that she become enlightened. Or should we rejoice? She despised the rod of my son like every tree, and he has given it to be polished, so that it may be handled. She is sharpened and polished, to be given into the hand of the slayer. Cry and howl, son of Adam, for she will be with my people. She is with all the princes of Yisrael. Fear over the sword will be upon my people. Therefore strike upon the thigh, because it is a test. And what if the despised scepter no longer exists, saith Yahweh Elohim? Therefore you, son of Adam, prophesy and strike hand upon hand. Then she will double the sword, tripling the sword's slain. She is the sword who slays the great, entering into them. I have set the point of the sword against all their gates, so that their heart may faint, and their ruins be multiplied. Ah, it is made into lightning. It is gripped for the slaughter. It is united, thrusting the right space, thrusting the left, wherever your face is set. Also, I will strike my hand upon my hand. Then my fury will be consoled. I, Yahweh, have said it. The word of Yahweh came to me again, saying, Also, you, son of Adam, appoint 2 ways for yourself, so that the sword of the king of Babel may come, both starting from the same land. Also, at the head of the city road, make a sign there. Appoint a way, so that the sword may come to Rabbah of Ammon, and to Yehuda in the defenced Yerushalayim. For the king of Babel stood at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways, to use enchantments. He made his arrows shake. He consulted with cherubim. He looked in the liver. At his right hand was the incantation for Yerushalayim, to appoint princes, to open the mouth in the slaughter, to lift up the voice with a shouting, to appoint battering rams against the gates, to cast a mount, and to build a fort. And it will be to them like a false divination in their sight, to those who have sworn oaths. But he will call to remembrance the iniquity, so that they may be taken. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have made your iniquity to be remembered, in that your transgressions are discovered, so that in all your doings your sin do appear, because I say that you are come to remembrance, you will be taken with the hand. And you, profane wicked prince of Yisrael, whose day has come, when iniquity will have an end. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, remove the diadem, and take off the crown. This is not this. Exalt him who is low, and lower him who is high. I will overturn it, and it will be no more, until he whose right it belongs comes. Then I will give it to him. And you, son of Adam, prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim concerning Ammon, and concerning their reproach. Even you will say, the sword is drawn for the slaughter. It is polished, to consume because of the lightning. While they see vanity for you, while they divine a lie to you, to bring the necks of those who are slain of the wicked upon you, whose day has come when their iniquity will have an end. Will I cause it to return into its sheath? I will judge you in the place where you were created, in the land of your nativity, and I will pour out my indignation upon you. I will blow against you in a fire of my wrath, and deliver you into the hand of the brutish men, and skillful to destroy. You will be fuel for the fire. Your blood will be in the mist from the land. You will not be remembered any more, for I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Chapter 22. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Now, son of Adam, you will judge the bloody city. Yes, you will show her all her abominations. Then say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, the city sheds blood in the midst of it, so that her time may come, and she makes idols for herself to defile herself. You have become guilty with your blood that you have shed, and have defiled yourself with your idols that you have made, and you have caused your days to draw near, and have come even to your years. Therefore I have made you a reproach to the nation, and a mockery to all countries. Those who are near and those who are far from you will mock you, which are infamous and very vexed. In you, behold, the leaders of Yeshariel, everyone is to their arm to shed blood. In you they have vexed the fatherless and the widow. You have despised my holy things, and have profaned my Shabbats. In you are men who slander to shed blood, and in you they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of you they commit lewdness. In you they have discovered their father's nakedness. In you they have humbled her who was set apart for menstruation, and one has committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another has lewdly defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in you has humbled his sister, his father's daughter. In you they have taken gifts to shed blood. You have taken interest and increase, and you have greedily gained by extortion of your neighbors, and have forgotten me, saith Yahweh Elohim. Therefore, behold, I have smitten my hand at your dishonest gain, which you have made, and at your blood, which has been in the midst of you. Can your heart endure? Or can your hands be strong during the days that I deal with you? I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and will do it. And I will scatter you among the nations, and disperse you in the countries, and will consume your filthiness out of you. Moreover, you will take your inheritance in yourself in the sight of the nations, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, the house of Yeshariel has become dross to me. They are all copper, and tin, and iron, and lead in the midst of the furnace. Also they are silver dross. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have all become dross, behold, therefore I will gather you into the midst of Yerushalayim, just as they gather silver and copper and iron and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace, to blow the fire upon it, to melt it, so too I will gather you in my anger and in my fury, and I will leave you there and melt you. Yes, I will gather you and blow upon you in the fire of my wrath, and you will be melted in the middle of it. Also, silver is melted in the midst of the furnace, so too you will be melted in the middle of it. And you will know that I, Yahweh, have poured out my fury upon you. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, say to her, You are the land that is not cleansed, nor rained upon in the day of indignation. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst of her, like a roaring lion raving the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and precious things. They have taken many widows in the midst of her. Her priests have violated my teaching and have profaned my holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and profane, nor have they showed a difference between the clean and unclean, and have hid their eyes from my Shabbats. Yet I am with them. Her princes in the midst of it are like wolves ravaging a prey, to shed blood and to destroy souls, to get dishonest gain. And her prophets have daubed themselves with untempered mortar, seeing vanity, and divining lies to them, saying, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, when Yahweh has not spoken. The people from the land have used oppression, and exercised robbery, and have vexed the poor and needy, and they have oppressed the immigrant wrongfully. And I sought for a man among them, who will make up the hedge, and stand in the gap before me for the land, so that I will not destroy it. But I found no one. Therefore I have poured out my indignation upon them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath. I have repaid their way upon their heads, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 23. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, there were two women, the daughters of the same mother. They committed whoredoms in Mitzrayim. They committed whoredoms in their youth. Their breasts were pressed there. Also they bruised the teats of their virginity there. And their names were Ahala the elder, and Ahalibah her sister, and they were mine. And they bore sons and daughters. This was their names. Shamerun is Ahala, and Yerushalayim Ahalibah. Furthermore, Ahala played the harlot when she was mine, and she doted on her lovers, on Ashur, her neighbor, who was clothed with blue, princes and rulers, all of them desirable young men, horsemen riding upon horses. Thus she committed her whoredoms with them, with all them who were the chosen men of Ashur, and she defiled herself with all on who she doted, with all their idols. She did not leave her whoredoms brought from Mitzrayim, for in her youth they laid with her, and they bruised the breasts of her virginity, and poured upon her their whoredom. Why have I delivered her into the hand of her lovers, into the hand of Ashur, upon whom she doted? These discovered her nakedness. They took her sons and her daughters, and slew her with the sword. And she became famous among women, for they have exalted judgment upon her. And when her sister Ahalibah saw this, she became more corrupt with her lust than her, also with her whoredoms more than her sister with her whoredoms. And she doted upon Ashur her neighbors, princes and rulers clothed most gorgeously, horsemen riding upon horses, all of them desirable young men. Then I saw that she was defiled, that they took both away, and that she increased her whoredoms. For when she saw men portrayed upon the wall, the images of the Kashtim portrayed with vermilion, girded with girdles upon their loins, spreading dyed attire upon their heads, all of them princes, appearing after the manner of the Babel of Kashtim, the land of their nativity. And as soon as she saw them with her eyes, she doted upon them, and sent messengers to them into Kashtim. And Babel came to her into the bed of love, and they defiled her with whoredom, and she was polluted with them, and her mind was alienated from them. So she discovered her whoredoms, and discovered her nakedness. Then my mind was alienated from her, like my mind was alienated from her sister. Yet she multiplied her whoredoms, in calling to remembrance the days of her youth, in which she played the harlot in the land of Mitzrayim, for she doted upon their paramours, whose flesh is like the flesh of asses, and whose stream is like the stream of horses. Thus you called to remembrance the lewdness of your youth, in bruising your breasts by Mitzrayim, for the teats of your youth. Therefore, O Ahalibah, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will raise up your lovers against you, from whom your mind is alienated, and I will bring them against you on every side. Babel and all the Kashtim, Pekud and Shua, and Gua, and all the sons of Ashur, all of them desirable young men, princes and rulers, great lords and renowned, all of them riding upon horses. And they will come against you with chariots, wagons, and wheels, and with an assembly of people, who will set against you buckler and shield and helmet round about. And I will set judgment before them, and I will judge you according to your judgments. And I will set my jealousy against you, and they will deal furiously with you. They will take away your nose and your ears, and your remnant will fall by the sword. They will take your sons and your daughters, and your remnant will be devoured by the fire. Also they will strip you out of your clothes, and take away your fair jewels. Thus I will make your lewdness to cease from you, and your whoredom brought from the land of Mitzrayim, so that you will not lift up your eyes from them, nor remember Mitzrayim any more. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will deliver you into the hand of those you hate, into the hand of those from whom your mind is alienated, and they will deal with you hatefully, and will take away all your labor, and will leave you naked and bare, and the nakedness of your whoredoms will be discovered, both your lewdness and your whoredoms. And I will do these things to you, because you have gone a whoring after the nations, and because you are polluted by their idols. You have walked in the way of your sister, therefore I will give her cup into your hand. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, you will drink of your sister's cup, deep and wide, and you will be laughed to scorn, and in derision it contains much. You will be filled with drunkenness and sorrow, with the cup of astonishment and desolation, with the cup of your sister Shamerun. You will even drink it and suck it out, and you will break its shards, and pluck off your own breasts, for I have spoken it, saith Yahweh Elohim. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have forgotten me, and cast me behind your back. Moreover, Yahweh said to me, Son of Adam, you will judge Ahala and Ahalibah. Yes, declare to them their abominations, that they have committed adultery, and blood is in their hands. Also, they have committed adultery with their idols. Also, they have caused their sons, whom they bore to me, to pass through the fire for them, to devour them. Moreover, this they have done to me. They have defiled my sanctuary in the same day, and have profaned my Shabbats. For when they had slain their children to their idols, then they came that same day to my sanctuary to profane it. And look, they have done this in the midst of my house. And furthermore, that you have sent for men to come from afar, to whom a messenger was sent. And look, they came, for whom you washed yourself, painted your eyes, and decorated yourself with ornaments. And you sat upon a stately bed, and a table prepared before it, upon which you have set my incense and my oil. The voice of a multitude being at ease with her, and with men of the common Adam were brought, Subaim from the wilderness, who put bracelets upon their hands, and beautiful crowns upon their heads. Then I said of her whom was old with adulteries, now will they commit whoredoms with her and her? Still they went into her, as they go into a woman who plays the harlot. Therefore they went into Ahala and to Ahalibah, the lewd women, and the righteous men. They will judge them after the manner of adulteresses, and after the manner of women who shed blood, because they are adulteresses, and blood is in their hands. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I will bring up a company upon them, and I will give them to be removed and plundered. And the company will stone them with stones, and dispatch them with their swords. They will slay their sons and their daughters, and burn up their houses with fire. Thus I will cause lewdness to cease out from the land, so that all women might be taught not to follow your lewdness. And they will repay your lewdness upon you, and you will bear the sins of your idols, and you will know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Again during the 9th month, in the 10th month, on the 10th of the month, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, write the name of the day, even this same day. The king of Babel set himself against Jerusalem this same day. Therefore utter a parable to the rebellious house, and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, set on a pot, set it on, also pour water into it. Gather pieces for her, every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder. Fill it with the best bones. Take the best of the flock. Also burn the bones under it, and make it boil well, and let its bones simmer in it. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is in it, and whose scum has not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece. Destiny will fall upon her, for her blood is in the midst of her. She set it upon the top of the rock. She did not pour it upon the ground, to cover it with dust, so that it might cause fury to come up to take vengeance. I have set her blood upon the top of a rock, so that it will not be covered. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Woe to the bloody city! I will even make the pile for a great fire. Heap on wood, kindle the fire, consume the flesh, and season it well, and let the bones be burned. Then set it upon its coals, so that its copper may be hot, and may burn, and that its filthiness may be melted within it, so that its scum is consumed. She has wearied herself with lies, and her great scum is not out of her. Her scum will be in the fire. In her filthiness is lewdness, because I have purged you, yet you are not purged. You will not be purged from your filthiness any more, until I have caused my fury to rest upon you. I, Yahweh, have spoken it. It will come to pass, and I will do it. I will not go back, nor will I spare, nor will I repent. According to your ways and according to your doings, they will judge you, saith Yahweh Elohim. Also the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, behold, I will take away from you the desire of your eyes with a stroke. Yet you will not mourn nor weep, nor will your tears run down. Forbear to cry. Make no mourning for the dead. Bind the tire of your head upon you, and put your shoes upon your feet, and do not cover your lips. Do not eat the bread of men. Therefore I spoke to the people in the morning, and at evening my wife died, and I did in the morning like I was commanded. And the people said to me, Will you not tell us what these things are to us, such that you do this? Then I answered them, The word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Speak to the house of Yeshariel. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will profane my sanctuary, the excellency of your strength, the desire of your eyes, and what your soul pities. And your sons and your daughters whom you have left will fall by the sword. and you will do like I have done. You will not cover your lips, nor eat the bread of men, and your turbans will be upon your heads, and your shoes upon your feet, and you will not mourn nor weep, but you will pine away for your iniquities, and mourn one to another. Thus Ezekiel is a sign for you. According to all that he does, you will do. And when this comes, you will know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Also, son of Adam, it will not be during the day when I take their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes, and that which they have set their minds, their sons and their daughters from them, so that he who escapes during that day will come to you to cause you to hear it with your ears. During that day, your mouth will be open for him who escapes, and you will speak, and will not be mute any more. Also, you will be a sign for them, and they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 25. The word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face against the Ammon, and prophesy against them, and say to the Ammon, Hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you said, Ah, against my sanctuary, when it was profaned, and against the Adamah of Yisrael, when it was desolate, and against the house of Yehudah, when they went into captivity. Therefore, behold, I will deliver you to the men of the east for a possession, and they will set their palaces and make their dwellings in you. And I will make Rabbah a stable for camels, and the sons of Ammon a resting place for flocks. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have clapped your hands and stomped your feet, and with all the disdain of your heart have rejoiced against the Adamah of Yisrael. Therefore, behold, I will stretch out my hand upon you, and deliver you for a plunder to the nations. And I will cut you off from the people, and I will cause you to perish from the countries. I will destroy you. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because that Moab and Shair say, Behold, the house of Yehudah is like unto all the nations. Therefore, behold, I will open the side of Moab from his cities that are on his frontiers, the glory of the country, Beit Hishmeut, Baal Maun, and Kiriatim, unto the men of the east from the sons of Ammon, and I will give them in possession, so that the sons of Ammon may not be remembered among the nations. And I will execute judgments upon Moab. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because Edom has dealt against the house of Yehudah by taking vengeance, and has greatly offended, and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, also I will stretch out my hand upon Edom, and I will cut off Edom and beast from it, and I will make it desolate from Dimon, and those of Dedan will fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Yisrael. And in Edom they will do according to my anger and my fury. Then they will know my vengeance, saith Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because the Pelishtim have dealt with revenge, and have taken vengeance with a spiteful heart, to destroy it because of an old hatred. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will stretch out my hand upon the Pelishtim, and I will cut off the Kiritim, and destroy the remnant of the sea coast. And I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebukes, and they will know that I am Yahweh, when I lay my vengeance upon them. Chapter 26. And it came to pass during the 11th year, in the first of the month, that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, because of what Sur has said against Jerusalem. Ah, She who has the gates of the people is broken. She has turned to me. I will be replenished. Now she will be laid waste. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, behold, I am against you, O Tzur, and I will cause many nations to come up against you, like the sea causes his waves to come up. And they will destroy the walls of Tzur, and I will scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of the rock. And it will be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea. For I have spoken it, saith Yahweh Elohim, and it will become a plunder to the nations. And her daughters who are in the field will be slain by the sword, and they will know that I am Yahweh. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will bring Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, a king of kings, from the north, with horses, and with chariots, and with horsemen, and companies, and many people upon Tzur. He will slay your daughters in the field with the sword, and he will make a fort against you, and will cast a mount against you, and will lift up the buckler against you. And he will set engines of war against your walls, and with his axes he will break down your towers. By reason of the abundance of his horses, their dust will cover you. Your walls will shake at the noise of the horsemen, and of the wheels, and of the chariots, when he will enter into your gates, like men enter into a city in which is made a breach. With the hoofs of his horses, he will tread down all your streets. He will slay your people by the sword, and your strong monuments will go down to the ground. And they will make a plunder of your riches, and a prey of your merchandise. Also, they will break down your walls and destroy your pleasant houses, and they will lay your stones and your timber and your dust in the midst of the water. And I will cause the noise of your songs to cease, and the sound of your harps will not be heard any more. And I will make you like the top of a rock. You will be a place to spread nets upon. You will be built no more, for I, Yahweh, have spoken it, saith Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to Tzur, will the isles not shake at the sound of your fall, when the wounded cry, when the slaughter is made in the midst of you? Then all the princes of the sea will come down from their thrones, and lay away their robes, and put off their embroidered garments. They will clothe themselves with trembling. They will sit upon the ground, and tremble at every moment, and be astonished by you. And they will take up a lamentation for you, and say to you, how are you destroyed, which is inhabited by seafaring men, the renowned city, which was strong in the sea, she and her inhabitants, which caused their terror to be on all who hunt it. Now the isles will tremble in the day of your fall. Now in the day of your fall, the islands will tremble. Also the islands that are in the sea will be troubled by your departure. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, when I make you a desolate city, like the cities that are not inhabited, when I bring up the deep upon you, and the great waters cover you, when I bring you down with those who descend into the pit, with the people of old time, and set you in the lower parts of the earth, in desolate places of old, with those who go down to the pit, so that you are not inhabited. Then I will set glory in the land of the living. I will make you a terror, and you will be no more. Although you are sought for, still you will never be found again, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 27. The word of Yahweh came again to me, saying, now, son of Adam, take up a lamentation for Tzur, and say to Tzur, O you who are located at the entrance of the sea, who are a merchant of the people for many isles, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, O Tzur, you have said, I am of perfect beauty. Your borders are in the midst of the seas. Your builders have perfected your beauty. They have made all your shipboards of fir trees of Senir. They have taken all the cedars of Lebanon to make masts for you. Of the oaks of Bashan they have made your oars. The company of the Ashuri have made your benches of ivory, brought out of the islands of Kittim. Fine linen with embroidered work from Mitzrayim was that which you spread forth to be your cell. Blue and purple from the islands of Elisha is that which covers you. The inhabitants of Sidon and Aruad were your mariners. Your wise men, O Tzur, who were in you, were your pilots. The elders of Gebal and its wise men were in you, your caulkers. All the ships of the sea with their mariners were in you to occupy your merchandise. Those of Persia and Lud and of Put were in your army, your men of war. They hung the shield and helmet in you. They set forth your comeliness. The men of Aruad were with your army upon your walls round about, and the Gammadim were in your towers. They hung their shields upon your walls round about. They have made your beauty perfect. Tarshish was your merchant, because of the multitude of all your riches. With silver, iron, tin, and lead they traded in your fairs. Yuan, Tubal, and Meshech were your merchants. They traded the people of Adam, the vessels of copper, in your market. Those of the house of Tugarma traded in your fairs, with horses and horsemen and mules. The men of Dedan were your merchants. Many islands were the merchandise of your hand. For a present they brought you a horn of ivory and ebony. Aram was your merchant by reason of the multitude of the wares of your making. They occupied in your fairs with emeralds, purple, and embroidered work, and fine linen, and coral, and agate. Yehuda and the land of Yisrael were your merchants. In your market they traded wheat of Minath, and panag, and honey, and oil, and balm. Demeshech was your merchant in the multitude of wares of your making, for the multitude of all your riches with the wine of Helban and white wool. Also Dan and Yuan went to and fro, occupying in your fairs. Bright iron, cassia, and calamus were in your market. Dedan was your merchant in precious clothes for chariots. Arab and all the princes of Kedar traded in lambs and rams and goats with you. In these they were your merchants. The merchants of Sheba and Raamah were your merchants. They traded in your fairs with the best of all spices, and with all precious stones and gold. Haran and Kaneh and Aden, the merchants of Sheba, Asher, and Gilmad were your merchants. These were your merchants in all sorts of things, in blue clothes and embroidered work, and in chests of rich apparel, bound with cords and made with cedar among your merchandise. The ships of Tarshish sang of you in your market, and you were replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the seas. Your rowers have brought you into great waters. The east wind has broken you in the midst of the seas. Your riches and your fairs, your merchandise, your mariners, and your pilots, your caulks, and the occupiers of your merchandise, and all your men of war, who are in you and in all your company, and in all the company that is in the midst of you, will fall into the midst of the sea during the day of your ruin. The suburbs will shake at the sound of the cry of your pilots, and all who handle the oar, the mariners, and all the pilots of the sea will come down from their ships. They will stand upon the land, and will cause their voice to be heard against you, and will cry bitterly, and will cast up dust upon their heads. They will wallow themselves in ashes. They will make themselves completely bald for you, and gird them in sackcloth, and they will weep for you with bitterness of heart and bitter wailing. And in their wailing they will take up a lamentation for you, and lament over you, saying, What city is like Tzor, like the destroyed in the midst of the sea? When your wares went forth out of the seas, you filled many people. You enriched the kings of the earth with the multitude of your riches and of your merchandise. During the time when you were broken by the seas in the depths of the waters, your merchandise and all your company in the midst of you will fall. All the inhabitants of the isles will be astonished by you, and their kingdoms will be very afraid. They will be troubled in your countenance. The merchants among the people will hiss at you. You will be a terror, and you will not exist anymore. Chapter 28. The word of Yahweh came to me again, saying, Son of Adam, say to the ruler of Tzor, Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, because your heart is filled up, and you have said, I am a deity. I sit in the seat of deities. Yet you are an Adam, and not a deity, although you set your heart like the heart of the deities. Behold, you are wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from you. With your wisdom and with your understanding you have gotten your riches, and have gotten gold and silver into your treasures. By your great wisdom and by your trade you have increased your riches. But your heart is filled up because of your riches. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have set your heart like the heart of Elohim, therefore, behold, I will bring nations upon you, the terrible of the nations, and they will draw their swords against the beauty of your wisdom, and they will defile your brightness. They will bring you down to the pit, and you will die the deaths of those who are slain in the midst of the sea. You will still say before him who slays you, I am Elohim, but you are an Adam, and not a deity, in the hand of him who slays you. You will die the deaths of the uncircumcised by the hand of heathens, for I have spoken it, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tzor, and say to him, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, you sealed up the sum, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You have been in the garden of Aden of Elohim. You were covered with very precious stones, the sardius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold. The workmen of your tabrets and of your pipes were prepared in you during the day that you were created. You are anointed like a guardian cherub, and I have set you so. You were upon the holy mountain of Elohim. You have walked up and down in the midst of the burning stones. You were perfect in your ways from the day that you were created, until iniquity was found in you. By the multitude of your merchandise, they have filled the midst of you with violence, and you have sinned. Therefore I will cast you like the profane out of the mountain of Elohim, and I will destroy you, O guardian cherub, from the midst of the burning stones. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You have corrupted your wisdom by reason of your brightness. I will cast you to the ground. I will lay you before kings, so that they may see you. You have defiled your sanctuaries by the multitude of your iniquities, by the iniquity of your trade. Therefore I will bring forth a fire from the midst of you. It will devour you, and I will bring you to ashes upon the earth, in the sight of all those who see you. All those who know you among the people will be astonished by you. You will be a terror, and you will not exist any more. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Set your face against Zidon, and prophesy against it, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against you, O Zidon, and I will be glorified in the midst of you. And you will know that I am Yahweh, when I will have executed judgments in her, and will be sanctified in her. For I will send pestilence into her, and blood into her streets, and the wounded will be judged in the midst of her by the sword upon her on every side. Then they will know that I am Yahweh, and there will not be a pricking briar in the house of Yeshariel any more, nor any grieving thorn of all that is around them, who despise them. Then they will know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, when I gather the house of Yeshariel from the people among whom they are scattered, and will be sanctified in them in the sight of the nations. Then they will dwell in their Adamah, which I have given to my servant Jacob, and they will dwell safely in it, and will build houses, and plant vineyards, and they will dwell with confidence, when I have executed judgments upon all those who despise them round about. And they will know that I am Yahweh their Elohim. Chapter 29. During the 10th year, in the 10th month, on the 20th of the month, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, and prophesy against him and against all Mitzrayim. Speak and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, the great dragon that lies in the midst of her rivers, which has said, My river is my own, and I have made it for myself. But I will put hooks in your jaws, and I will cause the fish of your rivers to stick to its scales, and I will bring you up out of the midst of your rivers, and all the fish of your rivers will stick to your scales. And I will leave you thrown into the wilderness, you and all the fish of your rivers. You will fall upon the open fields. You will not be brought together, nor gathered. I have given you for grain to the beasts of the field, and to the fowls of the heavens. And all the inhabitants of Mitzrayim will know that I am Yahweh, because they have been a reed staff to the house of Yeshariel. When they take hold of you by your hand, when they took hold of you by the hand, you broke and tore their entire shoulder. And when they leaned upon you, you broke and made their loins to quiver. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will bring a sword upon you, and cut off Adam and beast out of you. And the land of Mitzrayim will be desolate and waste. And they will know that I am Yahweh, because he has said, The river is mine, and I have made it. Therefore, behold, I am against you, and against your rivers, and I will make the land of Mitzrayim completely waste and desolate, from the tower of Syene even to the border of Cush. No foot of Adam will pass through it, nor foot of beast will pass through it, nor will it be inhabited for 40 years. And I will make the land of Mitzrayim desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities among the cities that are laid waste will be desolate for 40 years. And I will scatter Mitzrayim among the nations, and disperse them through the countries. Still, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, at the end of 40 years I will gather the Mitzrayim from the people where they are scattered, and I will bring the captives of Mitzrayim again, and cause them to return into the land of Pathros, into the land of their habitation, and there they will be a lowly kingdom. It will be the lowest of the kingdoms. It will not exalt itself above the nations any more, for I will diminish them, so that they will not rule over the nations any more. And it will not be the confidence of the house of Yeshariel any more, who brings their iniquity to remembrance, but they will know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 30. And it came to pass in the 27th year, in the 1st month, on the 1st of the month, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, caused his army to serve a great service against Zur. Every head was made bald, and every shoulder was peeled. However, he did not have wages, nor did any army, for Tzur, for the service that he had served against it. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will give the land of Mizraim to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and he will take her multitude, and take her plunder, and take her prey, and it will be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Mizraim for his labor of which he served against it, because they worked for me, saith Yahweh Elohim. During that day I will cause the horn of the house of Yeshariel to bud forth, and I will give you the opening of the mouth in the midst of them, and they will know that I am Yahweh. The word of Yahweh came to me again, saying, Son of Adam, prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Wail for the day is near, even the day of Yahweh is near, a cloudy day. It will be the time of the nations. And the sword will come upon Mitzrayim, and great pain will be in Cush, when the slain fall in Mitzrayim, and they will take away her multitude, and her foundations will be broken down. Cush and Libai, and Lida, all the mingled people, and Chub, and the men from the land who are in league, will fall with them by the sword. Thus saith Yahweh, also those who uphold Mitzrayim will fall, and the pride of her power will come down. From the tower of Sayin, they will fall in it by the sword, saith Yahweh Elohim. And they will be desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities will be in the midst of the cities that are wasted. Then they will know that I am Yahweh, when I have set my fire in Mizraim, and when all her helpers will be destroyed. During that day, messengers will go forth from me in ships to make the careless Cushtim afraid, and great pain will come upon them, like during the day of Mitzrayim, for lo, it comes. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, also I will make the multitude of Mitzrayim to cease by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, he and his people with him. The terrible of the nations will be brought to destroy the land, and they will draw their swords against Mitzrayim, and fill the land with the slain. And I will make the rivers dry, and sell the land into the hand of the wicked, and I will make the land waste, and all who are in it, by the hand of strangers. I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim. Also I will destroy the idols, and I will cause their images to cease out of Nop, and there will not be another prince from the land of Mitzrayim. And I will put a fear in the land of Mitzrayim, and I will make Parthos desolate, and set fire in Sion, and execute judgment in Na. And I will pour my fury upon Sin, the strength of Mitzrayim, and I will cut off the multitude of Na. And I will set fire in Mitzrayim. Sin will have great pain, and Na will be torn asunder, and Nop will have distress daily. The young men of Awen and Pi Pesheth will fall by the sword. Also these cities will go into captivity. Moreover, at Tehap-nechaz, the day will be darkened, when I will break the yokes of Mitzrayim there, and the pride of her strength will cease in her. As for her, a cloud will cover her, and her daughters will go into captivity. Therefore I will execute judgments in Mitzrayim, and they will know that I am Yahweh. And it will come to pass during the 11th year, in the 1st month, on the 7th of the month, that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, I have broken the arm of Paro, king of Mitzrayim, and lo, it will not be bandaged to be healed, to put a roll to bind it, to make it strong, to hold the sword. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against Paro of Mitzrayim, and I will break his strong arms, and of that which is broken, Then I will cause the sword to fall out of his hand, and I will scatter the Mitzrayim among the nations, and will disperse them through the countries. And I will strengthen the arm of the king of Babel, and put my sword in his hand. But I will break Paro's arm. Then he will groan before him with the groans of a deadly wounded man. Therefore I will strengthen the arms of the king of Babel. But the arms of Paro will fall down. And they will know that I am Yahweh when I put my sword into the hand of the king of Babel, and he will stretch it out upon the land of Mitzrayim. And I will scatter the Mitzrayim among the nations, and disperse them among the countries, and they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 31. And it came to pass during the 11th year, in the 3rd month, on the 1st of the month, that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, speak to Paro, king of Mitzrayim, and to his multitude, who is like you with your greatness? Behold, Ashur is a cedar in Lebanon, with fair branches, and with a shaded covering, and of high stature, and his top is among the thick limbs. The waters made him great. The deep set him up on high, with her rivers running around his plants, and sent out her rivers to all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters, when he shot forth. All the birds of the heaven have made their nests in his limbs, and all the beasts of the field bring forth their young under his branches, and all the great nations dwell under his shade. Therefore he is fair in his greatness with the length of his branches, for his root is beside great waters. The cedars in the garden of Elohim could not hide him. The fir trees were not like his limbs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of Elohim was similar to him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, such that all the trees of Aden, which are in the garden of Elohim, envied him. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because you have elevated yourself in height, and he has shot forth his top among the thick limbs, and his heart is lifted up in its height. Therefore I have delivered him into the hand of the mightiest of nations. Surely he will deal with him. I have driven him out from his wickedness. So foreigners, the most revered of the nations, have cut him off and have left him. His branches have fallen upon the mountains and in all the valleys, and his limbs are broken by all the rivers from the land. And all the people of the earth have gone down from his shadow and have left him. Upon his ruin all the fowls of the heavens will remain, and all the beasts of the field will be upon his branches, until the end, when none of the trees by the waters exalt themselves for their height, nor shoot up their tops among the thick limbs, nor their trees stand up in their height, all who drink water. For they are all delivered to death, to the lower parts of the earth, in the midst of the children of Adam, with those who go down to the pit. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the day when he went down to the grave, I caused a mourning. I covered the deep for him, and I restrained its floods, and the great waters were stayed, and I caused Lebanon to mourn for him, and all the trees of the field fainted for him. I made the nations to shake at the sound of his fall, when I cast him down to Shaul, with those who descend into the pit, and all the trees of Aden, the choice and best of Lebanon. All who drink water will be comforted in the lower parts of the earth. Also they went down into Shaul with him, to those who have been slain with the sword, and those who were with his arm, who dwelt under his shade in the midst of the nations. To whom, then, are you like in glory, and in greatness among the trees of Aden? Still you will be brought down with the trees of Aden to the lower parts of the earth. You will lie in the midst of the uncircumcised, with those who are slain by the sword. This is Paro and all his multitude, saith Yahweh Elohim. And it came to pass during the 11th year, in the 12th month, on the first of the month, that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, take up a lamentation for Paro, king of Mitzrayim, and say to him, You are like a young lion of the nations, and you are like a whale in the seas, and you came forth with your rivers, and troubled the waters with your feet, and fouled the rivers. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Therefore I will spread out my net over you with a company of many people, and they will bring you up in my net. Then I will leave you upon the land. I will cast you out upon the open field, and will cause all the birds of the heavens to remain upon you, and I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with you. And I will lay your flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with your height. And I will water the land with your blood, which you will swim, even to the mountains, and the rivers will be full of you. And when I have put you out, I will cover the heavens, and make its stars dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon will not give her light. All the bright lights of the heavens I will make dark over you, and set darkness upon your land, saith Yahweh Elohim. Also I will vex the hearts of many people, when I bring your destruction among the nations, into the countries that you have not known. Yes, I will make many people amazed by you, and their kings will be horribly afraid of you, when I brandish my sword before them, and they will tremble at every moment. Every man for his own life, in the day of your fall. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, the sword of the king of Babel will come upon you. By the swords of the mighty I will cause your multitude to fall, the revered of the nations, all of them, and they will plunder the pride of Mitzrayim, and all its multitude will be destroyed. Also I will destroy all its beasts from beside the great waters. The foot of Adam will not trouble them any more, nor will the hooves of beasts trouble them. Then I will make their waters deep, and cause their rivers to run like oil, saith Yahweh Elohim. When I make the land of Mitzrayim desolate, and the country that was completely destitute, when I strike all those who dwell in it, then they will know that I am Yahweh. This is the lamentation by which they lament her. The daughters of the nations will lament her. They will lament for her, even for Mitzrayim, and for all her multitude, saith Yahweh Elohim. Also it came to pass during the 12th year, on the 15th of the month, that the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, wail for the multitude of Mitzrayim, and cast them down, even her and the daughters of the famous nations, to the lower parts of the earth, with those who go down into the pit. Whoever excels in beauty, go down and lay with the uncircumcised. They will fall in the midst of those who are slain by the sword. She is delivered to the sword. Draw her and all her multitudes. They will speak to him, the deity of the strong men, out of the midst of Shaul with those who help him. They have gone down. They have gone down uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Ashur is there and all her company. His graves are round about, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, whose graves are set in the sides of the pit, and her company is around her grave. All of them slain, fallen by the sword, which caused terror in the land of the living. There is Elam and all her multitude around her grave, and all of them slain, fallen by the sword, which has gone down uncircumcised into the lower parts of the earth, which caused their terror in the land of the living. Yet they have carried their shame with those who go down to the pit. They have set her a bed in the midst of the slain, with all her multitude. Her graves are around him. All of them are uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Though their terror was caused in the land of the living, they have carried their shame with those who go down to the pit. He has put them in the midst of those who are slain. There is Meshech, Tubal, and all her multitude. Her graves are around him. All of them are uncircumcised, slain by the sword, although they caused their terror in the land of the living. And they will not die with the mighty who have fallen of the uncircumcised, who have gone down to Shaul with their weapons of war. And they laid their swords, but their iniquities will be upon their bones, because they were the terror of the mighty in the land of the living. Yes, you will be broken in the midst of the uncircumcised, and will lie with those who are slain with the sword. There is Adum, her kings, and all her princes, who with their mighty are laid by those who were by the sword. They will lie with the uncircumcised, and with those who go down into the pit. There are the princes of the north, all of them, and all the Zidunim, who have gone down with the slain. With their terror they are ashamed of their might, and they lie uncircumcised with those who are slain by the sword, and bear their shame with those who go down into the pit. Paro will see them, and will be comforted over all his multitude. Even Paro and his entire army will be slain by the sword, saith Yahweh Elohim. For I have caused my terror in the land of the living, and he will be laid in the midst of the uncircumcised with those who are slain by the sword, even Paro and all his multitude, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 33. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, speak to the children of your people, and say to them, When I bring the sword upon the land, if the people from the land take a man of their borders, and set him for their watchman, if he sees the sword come upon the land, he blows the trumpet, and warns the people. Then, when whoever hears the sound of the trumpet, yet does not receive enlightenment, if the sword comes and takes him away, his blood will be upon his own head. He heard the sound of the trumpet, but did not take warning. His blood will be upon him. But he who takes warning will deliver his soul. But if the watchman sees the sword come and does not blow the trumpet, and the people are not enlightened, if the sword comes and takes any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will remain upon the watchman's hand. So you, O son of Adam, I have set you a watchman for the house of Yeshariel. Therefore you will hear the word of my mouth, and enlighten them for me. When I say to the wicked, O wicked man, you will surely die, if you do not speak to enlighten the wicked from his way, that wicked man will die in his iniquity, but I will require his blood at your hand. Nevertheless, if you enlighten the wicked of his way, to turn from it, if he does not turn from his way, he will die in his iniquity, but you have delivered your soul. Therefore, O son of Adam, speak to the house of Yeshariel. Thus you will speak, saying, If our transgressions and our sins are upon us, and we pine away in them, then how will we live? Say to them, As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Turn from your evil ways. For why should you die, O house of Yeshariel? Therefore, you son of Adam, say to the children of your people, The righteousness of the righteous will not deliver him during the day of his transgression. As for the wickedness of the wicked, he will not fall by it during the day that he turns from his wickedness, nor will the righteous be able to live for his righteousness during the day that he sins. When I say to the righteous that he will surely live, if he trusts in his own righteousness and commits iniquity, all his righteousness will not be remembered. However, for his iniquity that he has committed, he will die for it. Again, when I say to the wicked, you will surely die, if he turns from his sin and does that which is lawful and right, if the wicked restore the pledge, give again what he had robbed, walk in the customs of life, without committing iniquity, he will surely live, he will not die. None of his sins that he has committed will be mentioned to him. He has done what is lawful and right. Surely he will live. However, the children of your people say, the way of Adonai is not just. But as for them, their way is not just. When the righteous turns from his righteousness and commits iniquity, he will die by it. But if the wicked turn from his wickedness and does what is lawful and right, he will live by it. Yet you say, the way of Adonai is not just. O you house of Yeshariel, I will judge each of you according to your ways. And it came to pass during the 12th year of their captivity, in the 10th month, on the 5th of the month, that someone who had escaped out of Yerushalayim came to me, saying, the city is smitten. Now the hand of Yahweh was upon me in the evening, before he who escaped came to me, and had opened my mouth, until he came to me in the morning. Therefore my mouth was opened, and I was not mute any more. Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, those who inhabit the wastes of the Adamah of Yeshariel speak, saying, Abraham is one, and he inherited the land. But we are many. The land was given to us for an inheritance. Therefore say to them, saith Yahweh Elohim, you eat with the blood, and lift up your eyes toward your idols, and shed blood. Yet should you possess the land, you stand upon your sword, you work abomination, and you defile everyone his neighbor's wife. Yet should you possess the land. Say this to them, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, as I live, surely those who are in the wastes will fall by the sword, and him who is in the open field I will give to the beasts to be devoured, and those who are in the forts and in the caves will die of the pestilence. For I will lay the land most desolate, and the pride of her strength will cease, and the mountains of Yeshariel will be desolate, such that no one will pass through. Then they will know that I am Yahweh, when I have laid the land most desolate, because of all of their abominations which they have committed. Also, son of Adam, the children of your people still are talking against you by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, everyone to his brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that comes forth from Yahweh. And they come to you like the people come, and they sit before you like my people, and they hear your words, but they will not do them. For with their mouth they show much love, but with their heart goes after their covetousness. And lo, you are to them like a very lovely song, of one who has a pleasant voice, and can play on an instrument well. For they hear your words, but they do not do them. And when this comes to pass, behold, it will come. Then they will know that a prophet was among them. Chapter 34. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, prophesy against the shepherds of Yeshariel. Prophesy and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to the shepherds, Woe to the shepherds of Yeshariel, who feed themselves. Will the shepherds not feed the flocks? You eat the fat, and you clothe yourselves with the wool. You kill those who are fed. However, you do not feed the flock. You have not strengthened those who are plagued, nor have you healed those who are sick, nor have you bandaged those who are broken, nor have you returned again those who are driven away, nor have you sought those who are lost. However, you have ruled them with force and with cruelty. Also they were scattered, because there was no shepherd. And they have become food for all the beasts of the field when they were scattered. My sheep wandered through all the mountains, and upon every high hill. My flock was scattered upon the entire face of the earth, and no one searches or seeks after them. Therefore, shepherds, hear the word of Yahweh. As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, surely because my flock became a prey, and my flock became food for every beast of the field, because there was no shepherd, nor did my shepherds search for my flock. Also the shepherds feed themselves, but did not feed my flock. Therefore, O you shepherds, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at your hand, and cause them to cease from feeding the flock. Nor will the shepherds feed themselves any more, for I will deliver my flock from their mouth, so that they may not be food for them. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I, even I, will both inquire my sheep, and seek them out. Just like a shepherd seeks out his flock during the day that he is among his sheep who are scattered, so too I will seek out my sheep, and I will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered during the cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them out from the people, and gather them from the countries, and I will bring them to their own Adamah, and feed them upon the mountains of Yeshariel by the rivers, and in all the inhabited places of the country. I will feed them in a good pasture, and upon the high mountains of Yeshariel. There they will fold, there they will lie in a good fold, and in a fat pasture, and they will feed upon the mountains of Yeshariel. I will feed my flock, and I will cause them to lie down, saith Yahweh Elohim. I will seek those who were lost, and return again those who were driven away, and bandage those who were broken, and strengthen those who were sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong. I will feed them with judgment. And as for you, O my flock, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I judge between livestock and livestock, between the rams and the he-goats. Does it seem a small thing to you to have eaten of the good pasture, but you must tread down with your feet what remains of your pastures? And to have drunk from the deep waters, but you must foul the remaining with your feet? And as for my flock, they eat what you have trodden with your feet, and they drink what you have fouled with your feet. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim to them, behold, I, even I, will judge between the fat livestock and between the lean livestock, because you have thrust with side and with shoulder, and pushed all the plagues with your horns, until you have scattered them abroad. Therefore I will save my flock, and they will not be a prey any more. And I will judge between livestock and livestock, and I will set up one shepherd over them, and he will feed them, even my servant David. He will feed them, and he will be their shepherd. And I, Yahweh, will be their Elohim, and my servant David is a leader among them. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will make a covenant of peace with them, and I will cause the evil beasts to cease from the land, and they will dwell safely in the wilderness, and sleep in the woods. And I will make them and the places around my hill a blessing, and I will cause the shower to come down in its season. There will be showers of blessings, and the trees of the field will yield her fruit, and the earth will yield her increase, and they will be safe in their Adamah, and they will know that I am Yahweh, when I have broken the bonds of their yokes, and delivered them out of the hands of those who serve themselves, and they will not be a prey for the nations any more, nor will the beasts of the land devour them, but they will dwell safely, and no one will make them afraid. And I will raise up a famous plant among them, and they will not be consumed with hunger in the land any more, nor bear the shame of the nations any more. Thus they will know that I, Yahweh, their Elohim, am with them, and that they, even the house of Yeshariel, are my people, saith Yahweh Elohim. And you, my flock, the flock of my pasture, are Adam, and I am your Elohim, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 35. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face against Mount Shair, and prophesy against it, and say to it, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, O Mount Shair, I am against you, and I will stretch out my hand against you, and I will make you very desolate. I will lay your cities waste, and you will be desolate, and you will know that I am Yahweh, because you have a continual hatred, and have shed the blood of the children of Yeshariel by the force of the sword during the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity ended. Therefore, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, I will prepare you for blood, and blood will pursue you. Since you have not hated blood, even so blood will pursue you. Thus I will make Mount Shair most desolate, and cut off him who leaves, and him who returns from it. I will fill his mountains with his slain men. In your hills, and in your valleys, and in all your rivers, they will fall. Those who are slain with the sword will fall. I will make you a continual desolation, and your cities will not return. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. Because you have said, These two nations, and these two nations will be mine, and we will possess it, whereas Yahweh was there. Therefore, as I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, I will even do according to your anger, and according to your envy, what you have used out of your hatred against them, and I will make myself known among them when I judge you. And you will know that I am Yahweh. And I have heard all the blasphemies which you have spoken against the mountains of Yeshariel, saying, They are laid desolate, they are given to us to consume. Therefore, with your mouth you have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, when the whole earth rejoices, I will make you desolate. Just as you rejoiced at the inheritance of the house of Yeshariel, because it was desolate, so too I will do to you. You will be desolate, O Mount Shair, and all Adum. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 36. Also, son of Adam, prophesy to the mountains of Yeshariel, and say, You mountains of Yeshariel, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because the enemy has said against you, even the ancient high places are ours in possession. Therefore prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because they have made you desolate, and swallowed up on every side, so that you might be a possession to the remnant nations, and you are taken up in the lips of talkers, and are an infamy of the people. Therefore, you, mountains of Yeshariel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, to the desolate wastes, and to the cities that are forsaken, which became a prey and derision to the remnant of the nations that are round about. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Surely in the fire of my jealousy I have spoken against the remnant of the nations, and against all Adum, which have appointed my land into their possession with the joy of all their heart, with despiteful minds, to cast it out for a prey. Therefore prophesy concerning the Adamah of Yeshariel, and say to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because you have carried the shame of the nations. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I have lifted up my hand. Surely the nations that are around you, they will bear their shame. But you, O mountains of Yeshariel, you will shoot forth your branches, and yield your fruit to my people of Yeshariel, for they are at hand to come. For behold, I am with you, and I will turn to you, and you will be tilled and sown. And I will multiply Adam upon you, all the house of Yeshariel, even all of it. And the cities will be inhabited, and the waste will be built. And I will multiply Adam and beast upon you, and they will increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you according to your old estates. And I will do better to you than at your beginning, and you will know that I am Yahweh. Yes, I will cause Adam to walk upon you, even my people, Yeshariel, and they will possess you, and you will be their inheritance, and you will not be bereaved of men any more. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, because they say to you, Your land devours up Adam, and has bereaved your nations. Therefore you will devour Adam no more, nor bereave your nations any more, saith Yahweh Elohim. Nor will you cause men to hear the shame of the nations in you any more, nor will you bear the reproach of the people any more, nor will you cause your nations to fall any more, saith Yahweh Elohim. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, when the house of Yeshariel dwelt in their own Adamah, they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before me like the uncleanliness of a woman is removed. Therefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols, by which they have polluted it. And I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed through the countries. According to their way, and according to their doings, I judged them. And when they entered to the nation where they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said to them, These are the people of Yahweh, and have gone forth out of his land. But I had pity for my holy name, which the house of Yeshariel had profaned among the nations where they went. Therefore say to the house of Yeshariel, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I do not do this for your sakes, O house of Yeshariel, but for my holy name's sake, which you have profaned among the nations where you went. And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the nations, which you have profaned in the midst of them. And the nations will know that I am Yahweh, saith Yahweh Elohim, when I will be sanctified in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the nations, and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own Adamah. Then I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and you will be clean from all your filthiness, and from all your idols I will cleanse you. Also I will give you a new heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take away the heart of stone out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. Moreover, I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my customs, and you will keep my judgments and do them. And I will dwell in the land that I give to your fathers, and you will be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Also I will save you from all your uncleanliness, and I will call for the food, and increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and the increase of the field, so that you will receive no more approach of famine among the nations. Then you will remember your own evil ways, and your doings that were not good, and will detest yourselves in your own sight for your iniquity and for your abominations. I will not do this thing for your sakes, saith Yahweh Elohim. Let it be known to you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Yeshariel. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I cleanse you from all your iniquities, also I will cause you to dwell in the cities, and the ruins will be built, and the desolate land will be tilled, whereas it laid desolate in the sight of all who passed by. And they will say, this land that was desolate has become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate and ruined cities have become fenced and are inhabited. Then the nations that are left round about you will know that I, Yahweh, built the ruined places, and planted what was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, still I will be inquired by the house of Yeshariel concerning this, to do it for them. I will increase them with Adam like a flock, as the flock of Yerushalayim in her solemn feasts. So the wasted cities will be filled with flocks of men. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 37. The hand of Yahweh was upon me, and carried me out in the Ruach of Yahweh, and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he asked to me, Son of Adam, can these bones live? And I answered, O Adonai, Yahweh, you know. Again he said to me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim to these dry bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and I will lay sinews upon you, and bring flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and you will live. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. So I prophesied like I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I looked, behold, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered above them, but there was no breath in them. Then he said to me, Prophesy to the wind, prophesy, son of Adam, and say to the wind, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, so that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and a very great army stood up upon their feet. Then he said to me, Son of Adam, these bones are the whole house of Yeshariel. Behold, they say, Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves, and cause you to come up out of your graves, and bring you into the Adamah of Yeshariel. Then when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of the graves, you will know that I am Yahweh. And I will put my Ruach in you, and you will live, and I will place you in your own Adamah. Then you will know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and performed it, saith Yahweh. Again the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Moreover, you son of Adam, take a stick and write together upon it, unto Yehudah and unto the children of Yeshariel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it together, unto Yusuf the tree of Ephraim, and unto the entire house of Yeshariel, his companions. Then put them one to another towards yourself, to be one stick, and they will become united in your hand. And when the children of your people ask you, saying, Will you not show us what you mean by this? Say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will take the stick of Yusuf, that is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Yeshariel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the sticks of Yehuda, and make them one stick, and they will be united in my hand. However, the sticks on which you wrote will be in your hand before your eyes. Then say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I will take the children of Yeshariel from among the nations, where they have gone, and will gather them on every side, and I will make them a united nation in the land upon the mountains of Yeshariel, and one king will be a king for all of them, and they will not be two nations any more, nor will they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all, nor will they defile themselves any more with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. But I will deliver them out of all their dwelling places, in which they have sinned, and will cleanse them. Therefore they will be my people, and I will be their Elohim. And David, my servant, will be king over them, and they will all have one shepherd. Also they will walk in my judgments, and observe my customs, and do them. And they will dwell in the land that I have given to Jacob, my servant, in which your fathers have dwelt, and they will dwell in it, them and their children and their children's children forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It will be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will give to them and multiply them, and I will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forever. Also my sanctuary will be with them. Therefore I will be their Elohim, and they will be my people. And the nations will know that I, Yahweh, sanctify Yeshariel, when my sanctuary is in the midst of them forever. Chapter 38. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of Adam, set your face against Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against them, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against you, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and I will turn you back, and put hooks into your jaws, and I will bring you forth, and all your armies, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, Cush, and Libya with them, all of them with shield and helmet. Gomer and all her troops, the house of Dugarma of the northern quarters, and all his troops, and many people with you. Be prepared and prepare for yourself, you and the entire company that has assembled to you, and you will be a guard for them. After many days you will be visited. In the latter years you will come into the land that is brought back from the sword, and is gathered out of many people, against the mountains of Yeshariel, which have been a continual waste. But it will return from the nations, and all of them will dwell safely. You will ascend and come like a storm. You will be like a cloud to cover the land, you and all your troops, and many people with you. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, it will come to pass that at the same time things come into your mind, and you will think an evil thought, and you will say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. I will go to those who are at rest, who dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls, and not having any bars nor gates, to take a plunder and to take a prey, to turn your hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited, and upon the people who are gathered out of the nations, who have gotten livestock and goods, who dwell in the mist from the land. Sheba and Dedan, and the merchants of Tarshish, with all of its young lions, will say to you, Have you come to take a plunder? Have you gathered your company to take a prey? To carry away silver and gold? to take away livestock and goods, to take a great plunder? Therefore, son of Adam, prophesy and say to Gog, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, during that day when my people of Yisrael dwell safely, and you will come from your place out of the northern parts, you and many people with you, all of them will be riding upon horses, a great company, and a mighty army. And you will come up against my people of Yisrael, like a cloud to cover the land. It will be in the latter days, and I will bring you against my land, so that the nations may know me, when I am sanctified in you before their eyes, O Gog. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Are you he of whom I have spoken during ancient times by my servants the prophets of Yisrael, who prophesied during those days, that many years I would bring you against them? And it will come to pass at that same time, when Gog comes against the Adamah of Yisrael, saith Yahweh Elohim, that my fury will rise up in my heart. For by my jealousy and by the fire of my wrath I have spoken. Surely there will be a great shaking in the Adamah of Yisrael during that day, such that the fishes of the sea, and the birds of the heavens, and the beasts of the field, and all creeping things that creep upon the Adamah, and all the Adam who are upon the face of the Adamah will shake at my presence. Also the mountains will be thrown down, and the steep places will fall, and every wall will fall to the ground. And I will call for a sword against him throughout all my mountains, saith Yahweh Elohim. Every man's sword will be against his brother, and I will plead against him with the pestilence and with blood, and I will rain upon him, and upon his troops, and upon the many people who are with him, an overflowing rain, and great hailstones, fire and brimstone. Therefore I will magnify myself, and sanctify myself, and I will be known in the eyes of many nations. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. Chapter 39. Therefore, son of Adam, prophesy against Gog, and say, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against you, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and I will turn you back, and only have a sixth part of you. But I will cause you to come up from the northern parts, and bring you upon the mountains of Yisrael. And I will strike your bow out of your left hand, and will cause your arrows to fall out of your right hand. You will fall upon the mountains of Yisrael, you and all your troops, and the people who are with you, to be devoured. I will give you to the ravenous birds of every sort, and to the beasts of the field. You will fall upon the open field, for I have spoken it, saith Yahweh Elohim. And I will send a fire among Magog, and among those who dwell carelessly in the islands. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. So I will make my holy name known in the midst of my people Yisrael, and I will not let them pollute my holy name any more. And the nations will know that I am Yahweh, the Holy One in Yisrael. Behold, it has come, and it is done, saith Yahweh Elohim. This is the day of which I have spoken. And those who dwell in the cities of Yisrael will go forth, and will set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields and the bucklers, and the bows and the arrows, and the handstaves and the spears, and they will burn them with fire for 7 years. Also they will not take wood out of the field, nor cut down any out of the forests, for they will burn the weapons with fire, and they will plunder those who plundered them, and rob those who robbed them, saith Yahweh Elohim. And it will come to pass during that day, and I will give to Gog a place of graves there in Yeshareel, the valley of the passengers on the east of the sea, and it will stop the noise of the passengers, and there they will bury Gog and all his multitude, and they will call it the Valley of Hamon-Gog. And for 7 months the house of Yeshareal will bury them, so that they may cleanse the land. Furthermore, bury all the people. It will be a famous day that I will be glorified, saith Yahweh Elohim, and mortals will be employed. They will set apart those passing through the land, to bury those who remain upon the face of the earth, to cleanse it. They will search for 7 months. And the scouts who pass through the land, when anyone sees a bone of Adam, then he will set up a sign by it, until the buriers have buried it in the valley of Hamon-Gog. Also the name of the city will be Hamanah. Thus they will cleanse the land. And, son of Adam, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, speak to every feathered bird, and to every beast of the field. Assemble yourselves and come. Gather yourselves on every side to my sacrifice, that I sacrifice for you, even a great sacrifice upon the mountains of Yeshareal, so that you may eat flesh and drink blood. You will eat the flesh of the mighty, and drink the blood of the princes of the earth, of rams, of lambs, and of he-goats, of bulls, all of them fatlings of Bashan. And you will eat until you are full, and drink blood until you are drunk, of my sacrifice which I have sacrificed for you. Thus you will be filled at my table, with horses and chariots, with mighty men, and with all men of war, saith Yahweh Elohim. And I will set my glory among the nations, and all the nations will see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. Therefore the house of Yeshareal will know that I am Yahweh, the Elohim, from that day and forward. And the nations will know that the house of Yeshareal went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore I hid my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies, so they may fall by the sword. I have done to them according to their uncleanliness, and according to their transgressions. So hide my face from them. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim, now I will return the captives of Jacob again, and have mercy upon the whole house of Yeshareal, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that they will have carried their shame, and all their trespasses by which they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their Adamah, and no one made them afraid. When I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' land, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then they will know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, who caused them to go into captivity among the nations, but have gathered them in their own Adamah, and have left none of them there any more. Nor will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my Ruach upon the house of Yeshareal, saith Yahweh Elohim. During the 25th year of our captivity, in the beginning of the year, in the 10th of the month, during the 14th year after the city was smitten, on that same day the hand of Yahweh was upon me, and brought me there. In the visions of Elohim he brought me into the land of Yeshareal, and set me upon a very high mountain, by which was like the frame of a city on the south. And he brought me there, and behold, there was a man, whose appearance was like the appearance of copper, with a flex line and a measuring reed in his hand. And he stood in the gate. And the man said to me, Son of Adam, behold with your eyes, and hear with your ears, and set your heart upon all that I show you. You have been brought here for the purpose that I might show them to you. Declare all that you see to the house of Yeshareal. And behold, a wall was on the outside of the house round about, and in the man's hand was a measuring reed of 6 cubits long by the cubit, and a hand width. So he measured the width of the building with the reed, and the height with the same reed. Then he came to the gate which looks towards the east, and he went up its stairs, and measured the threshold of the gate, which was 1 reed wide, and the other threshold of the gate, which was 1 reed wide. And every little chamber was 1 reed long, and 1 reed wide, and between the little chambers were 5 cubits. And the threshold of the gate by the porch of the gate within was 1 cubit. Also he measured the 1 reed within the porch of the gate. Then he measured the porch of the gate 8 cubits, and its posts 2 cubits, and the porch of the interior gate. And the little chambers of the eastern gate were 3 on this side, and 3 on that side. The 3 were the same measurement, and the posts had the same measurement on this side and on that. Then he measured the width of the entrance of the gate, 10 cubits, and the length of the gate, 13 cubits. Also, the space before the little chambers was 1 cubit on this side, and the space was 1 cubit on that side. And the little chambers were 6 cubits on this side, and 6 cubits on that side. Then he measured the gate from the roof of one little chamber to the roof of another. The width was 25 cubits, door to door. Also, he made posts of 60 cubits, even to the posts of the court round about the gate. And from the face of the entrance gate to the face of the porch of the inner gate was 50 cubits. And there were narrow windows to the little chambers, and to their posts within the gate round about, and likewise for the arches, and interior windows round about, and upon each post were palm trees. Then he brought me into the outer court, and behold, there were chambers, and a pavement made for the court round about. 30 chambers were upon the pavement. And the pavement by the side of the gate over against the length of the gates was the lower pavement. Then he measured the width of the forefront of the lower gate to the forefront of the inner court outside, 100 cubits eastward and northward. And the gate of the outer court that looked toward the north, he measured its length and its width. And its little chambers were 3 on this side and 3 on that side, and its posts and its arches were according to the measure of the first gate. Its length was 50 cubits, and its width was 25 cubits. And their windows and their arches and their palm trees were according to the measure of the gate that looked toward the east. And they went up to it by 7 steps, and its arches were before them. And the gate of the inner court was over against the gate toward the north and toward the east. And he measured 100 cubits from gate to gate. After that he brought me toward the south, and behold, a gate toward the south. And he measured its posts and its arches according to these measures. And there were windows in it, and in its arches round about. Like their windows, the length was 50 cubits, and the width 25 cubits. And there were 7 steps to go up to it, and its arches were before them, and it had palm trees, one on this side and another on that side, upon its posts. And there was a gate in the inner court toward the south, and he measured from gate to gate toward the south 100 cubits. And he brought me to the inner court by the south gate, and he measured the south gate according to these measurements, and its little chambers, and its posts, and its arches according to these measurements. And there were windows in it, and its arches round about. It was 50 cubits long, and 25 cubits wide. And the arches round about were 25 cubits long, and 5 cubits wide. And its arches were toward the outer court, and palm trees were upon its posts. And it had 8 steps that went up to it. Then he brought me into the inner court toward the east, and he measured the gate according to these measurements. And its little chambers, and its posts, and its arches were according to these measurements. Also there were windows in it, and in its arches round about. It was 50 cubits long, and 25 cubits wide, and its arches were toward the outer court. And the palm trees were upon its posts, on this side and on that side, and it had 8 steps going up to it. Then he brought me to the north gate, and measured it according to these measurements. And its little chambers, its posts, and its arches, and its windows round about. The length was 50 cubits, and the width 25 cubits. And its posts were toward the outer court. And the palm trees were upon its posts, on this side and on that side. And it had 8 steps going up to it. And the chambers and its entrances were by the posts of the gates, where they washed the ascension offering. And in the porch of the gate were 2 tables on this side, and 2 tables on that side, to slay the burnt offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering upon it. Also, outside, as one goes up to the northern entrance gate, were 2 tables. And on the other side, which was at the porch of the gate, were 2 tables. 4 tables were on this side, and 4 tables were on that side. By the side of the gate, they slew their sacrifices upon the 4 tables. And the 4 tables were cut stone for the burnt offering, of 1.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1 cubit high, upon which they laid the instruments by which they slew the ascension offering and sacrifice, and within their hooks 1 hand wide fastened round about, and upon the table was the flesh of the offering. And outside the inner gate were the chambers of the singers in the inner court, who were at the side of the northern gate, and they faced toward the south. One was at the east gate, facing toward the north. Then he said to me, "The chamber that is facing toward the north is for the priests, the keepers of the charge of the altar. These are the sons of Zadok, among the sons of Lehi, who came near unto Yahweh to minister to him. Furthermore, he measured the court 100 cubits long, and 100 cubits wide, 4 square. Also the altar that was before the house. Then he brought me to the porch of the house, and measured each post of the porch, 5 cubits on this side, and 5 cubits on that side. And the width of the gate was 3 cubits on this side, and 3 cubits on that side. The length of the porch was 20 cubits, and the width 11 cubits. And he brought me by the steps by which they went up into it. And there were pillars by the posts, one on this side, and another on that side." Chapter 41. Afterward he brought me to the temple, and measured the posts, 6 cubits wide on one side, and 6 cubits wide on the other side, which was the width of the tabernacle. And the width of the door was 10 cubits. And the sides of the door were 5 cubits on one side, and 5 cubits on the other side. Also he measured its length, 40 cubits, and the width 20 cubits. Then he went inside and measured the post of the door, 2 cubits, and the door, 6 cubits, and the width of the door, 7 cubits. So he measured its length 20 cubits, and the width 20 cubits, before the temple. And he said to me, "This place is the Holy of Holies." After, he measured the wall of the house 6 cubits, and the width of every side chamber, around the house on every side, 4 cubits. And the 3 side chambers, one over another, and 30 in order. And they entered into the wall which was of the house for the side chambers round about, that they might have a hold. But they were not a hold in the wall of the house. And there was an enlarging, and a winding around upward to the side chambers. For the winding around of the house went upward around the house. Therefore the width of the house was still upward, and so increased from the lowest chamber to the highest by the middle. Also, I saw the height of the house round about. The foundations of the side chambers were a full reed of 6 cubits, the thickness of the wall which was on the side chamber outside, and what was left was the place of the side chambers that were within, and between the side chambers was the width of 20 cubits around the house on every side. And the doors of the side chambers were towards the place that was left, one door towards the north, and another door towards the south. And the width of the place that was left was 5 cubits round about. Now the building that was before the separate place at the end towards the west was 70 cubits wide. And the wall of the building was 5 cubits thick round about, and its length 90 cubits. So he measured the house 100 cubits long. Also the holy place and the building with its walls 100 cubits long. Also the width of the face of the house, and of the separate place, and of the holy place toward the east, 100 cubits. And he measured the length of the building opposite the holy place which was behind it, and its galleries on the one side, and on the other side 100 cubits, with the inner temple, and the porches of the court, the doorposts and the narrow windows, and the galleries round about on their 3 stories, over against the door, was panelled with wood round about, and from the ground up to the windows, and the windows were covered, to that above the door, even to the inner house and outside, and by all the wall round about within and without, by measure. And it was made with cherubim and palm trees, so that a palm tree was between the cherub and a cherub. Also the cherub had 2 faces, such that the face of Adam was toward the palm tree on one side, and the face of a lion toward the palm tree on the other side. It was made through the entire house round about. Cherubim and palm trees were made from the ground to above the door, and on the walls of the temple. The posts of the temple were square, and the face of the sanctuary, the appearance of one was like the appearance of the other. The wood altar was 3 cubits high, and its length 2 cubits, and its corners and its lengths and its walls were of wood. This is the table that is before Yahweh. And the temple and the sanctuary had 2 doors, and the doors had 2 leaves apiece, 2 turning leaves, 2 leaves for each door, 2 leaves for one door, and 2 leaves for the other door. Also cherubim and palm trees were made on them, on the doors of the temple, like what was made upon the walls, and there were thick planks upon the face of the porch outside. And there were narrow windows and palm trees on the one side and on the other side, on the side of the porch, and upon the side chambers of the house, and thick planks. Chapter 42. Then he brought me forth into the outer court, the way toward the north. And he brought me into the chamber that was opposite the holy place, and which was before the building towards the north. Before the length of the northern door 100 cubits, and the width was 50 cubits, opposite the 20 cubits that were for the inner court, and opposite the pavement that was for the outer court. A gallery was opposite a gallery for 3 stories, and before the chambers was an interior walkway of 10 cubits width, a way of 1 cubit, and their doors were toward the north. Now the upper chambers were shorter, for the galleries were higher than these, than the lower, and than the middlemost of the building, for they were in 3 stories, but did not have pillars like the pillars of the courts. Therefore the building was straightened more than the lower and middlemost from the ground. And the wall that was outside, opposite the chambers, toward the other court on the front of the chambers, its length was 50 cubits. For the length of the chambers that were in the outer court was 50 cubits, and lo, before the temple were 100 cubits. And from under these chambers was the entry on the east side, as one goes into them from the outer court. And the chambers were in the thickness of the walls of the court toward the east, opposite the separate place, and over against the building. And the way before them was like the appearance of the chambers that were towards the north, as long as them and as wide as them. And all their exits were according to their design, and according to their doors. And according to the doors of the chamber that were toward the south was a door in the head of the way, even the way directly before the wall toward the east, as one enters into them. Then he said to me, The northern chambers and the southern chambers, which are before the holy place, they are holy chambers, where the priests who approach unto Yahweh will eat the holy of holy things. There they will lay the holy of holy things, and the memorial offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering, for the place is holy. When the priests enter into it, then they will not go out of the holy place into the outer court, but there they will lay their garments in which they minister, for they are holy, and will put on other garments, and will approach to those things which are for the people. Now, when he had finished measuring the inner house, he brought me out toward the gate that faced toward the east, and measured it round about. He measured the east side with the measuring reed, 500 reeds, with the measuring reed round about. He measured the north side 500 reeds, with the measuring reed round about. He measured the south side 500 reeds, with the measuring reed. He turned around to the west side, and measured 500 reeds with the measuring reed. He measured it by the four sides. It had a wall round about, 500 reeds long and 500 wide, to make a separation between the sanctuary and the profane place. Chapter 43. Afterward he brought me to the gate, even the gate that looks toward the east. And behold, the glory of the Elohim of Yeshariel came from the way of the east, and his voice was like the noise of many waters, and the earth shined with his glory. And it was according to the appearance of the vision which I saw, even according to the vision that I saw when I came to destroy the city. And the visions were like the vision that I saw by the river Kebar, and I fell upon my face. And the glory of Yahweh came into the house by the way of the gate, whose prospect is toward the east. So the Ruach took me up, and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of Yahweh filled the house. And I heard him who spoke to me out of the house, and the man stood by me, and he said to me, Son of Adam, the place of my throne, the place of the soles of my feet, where I dwell in the midst of the children of Yeshariel, is forever. And the house of Yeshariel will not defile my holy name any more, not them, nor their kings, by their whoredom, nor by the carcasses of their kings in their high places, in the setting of their threshold by my thresholds, and their post by my posts, and the wall between me and them. They have even defiled my holy name by their abominations that they have committed. Therefore I have consumed them in my anger. Now let them put away their whoredom, and the carcass of their kings, far from me, and I will dwell in the midst of them forever. Son of Adam, show the house to the house of Yeshariel, so that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. And if they are ashamed of all that they have done, show them the form of the house, and its design, and its going out, and its coming in, and all of its forms, and all of its ordinances, and all of its forms, and all of its teachings, and write it in their sight, so that they may keep its whole form, and all its ordinances, and do them. This is the teaching of the house, upon the top of the mountain. The whole limit of it round about will be holy of holies. Behold, this is the teaching of the house. And these are the measures of the altar after the cubits. A cubit is a cubit, and a handwidth. Even the bottom will be a cubit, and the width a cubit, and its border by its edge will be a span round about. And this will be the higher place of the altar. And from the bottom upon the ground, even to the lower edge, will be 2 cubits, and the width 1 cubit. And from the lower edge even to the higher edge will be 4 cubits, and the width 1 cubit. So the altar will be 4 cubits, and from the altar and upward will be 4 horns, and from the altar and upward will be 4 horns. And the altar will be 12 cubits long, 12 wide, square in its 4 squares, and the ledge will be 14 cubits long, and 14 wide in its 4 squares, and the border around it will be half a cubit, and the bottom of it will be about a cubit, and its stairs will look toward the east. And he said to me, Son of Adam, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, these are the ordinances of the altar during the day when I will make it, to offer ascension offerings on it, and to sprinkle blood on it. And you will give to the priests of the Luhim, who are of the seed of Zadok, who approach to me, to minister to me, a young bull for an offering, saith Yahweh Elohim. And you will take from its blood, and put it on its 4 horns, and on the 4 corners of the ledge, and upon the border round about. Thus you will cleanse and purge it. Also you will take the bull of the sin offering, and he will burn it in the appointed place of the house, outside the sanctuary. And on the 2nd day you will offer a kid of the goats without blemish for a sin offering, and they will cleanse the altar, as they cleanse it with the bull. When you have finished cleaning it, you will offer a young bull without blemish, and a ram out of the flock without blemish. And you will offer them before Yahweh, and the priests will cast salt upon them, and they will offer them up for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. For 7 days, each day you will prepare a goat for a sin offering. Also, they will prepare a young bull, and a ram out of the flock without blemish. For 7 days they will purge the altar and purify it, and they will consecrate themselves. And when these days have expired, it will be that upon the 8th day and forward, the priests will make their ascension offerings upon the altar, and your sacrifices of restoration, and I will accept you, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 44. Then he brought me back the way of the gate of the outer sanctuary that looks toward the east, and it was shut. Then Yahweh said to me, This gate will be shut, it will not be opened, and no man will enter in by it, because Yahweh, the Elohim of Yeshariel, enters in by it. Therefore it will be shut. It is for the prince. The prince, he will sit in it to eat bread before Yahweh. He will enter by the way of that gate of the porch, and will go out by the same way. Then he brought me the way of the northern gate before the house. And I looked, and behold, the glory of Yahweh filled the house of Yahweh, and I fell upon my face. And Yahweh said to me, Son of Adam, mark well, and behold with your eyes, and hear with your ears all that I say to you concerning all the ordinances of the house of Yahweh, and all its teachings. And mark well the entrance of the house. And you will say to the rebellious, even to the house of Yeshariel, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, O you house of Yeshariel, let it suffice you for all your abominations, in that you have brought strangers into my sanctuary, uncircumcised in heart, and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house, when you offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and they have broken my covenant because of all your abominations. And you have not kept the charge of my holy things, but ye have set keepers of my charge in my sanctuary for yourselves. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, No foreigner, being uncircumcised in heart, nor uncircumcised in flesh, will enter into my sanctuary, including any foreign children who are among the children of Yishariel, and the Lehuim who went away far from me, when Yishariel went astray, who went astray away from me after their idols. Even they will bear their iniquity. They will still be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gates of the house, and ministering to the house. They will slay the burnt offering and the sacrifice for the people, and they will stand before them to minister to them, because they ministered to them before their idols, and caused the house of Yishariel to fall into iniquity. Therefore I have lifted up my hand against them, saith Yahweh Elohim, and they will bear their iniquity. And they will not come near to me to do the office of a priest for me, nor to come near to any of my holy things, in the place of the Holy of Holies. But they will bear their shame and their abomination which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all its service. And they will not come near to me to do the office of the priest for me, nor to come near to any of my holy things, in the place of the Holy of Holies. But they will bear their shame and their abomination which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all its service, and for all that will be done in it. But the priests of the Lehuim, the sons of Zadok, who kept the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Yishariel went astray, they will come near to me to minister to me, and they will stand before me to offer the fat and the blood to me, saith Yahweh Elohim. They will enter into my sanctuary, and they will come near to my table to minister to me, and they will keep my charge. And it will come to pass that when they enter in at the gates of the inner court, they will be clothed with linen garments, and no wool will be upon them, while they minister in the gates of the inner court and within. They will have linen turbans upon their head, and linen breeches upon their loins. They will not gird themselves with anything that causes sweat. And when they go forth into the outer court, even into the outer court to the people, they will take off their garments in which they ministered, and lay them in the holy chambers. Then they will put on other garments, and they will not sanctify the people with their garments. Nor will they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They will only trim their hair. Nor will any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner court. Nor will they take a widow, nor her whom is put away, for their wives, but they will take maidens of the seed of the house of Yishariel, or a widow who had a priest before. And they will teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy they will stand in judgment, and they will judge according to my judgments, and will keep my teachings and my customs in all my assemblies, and they will hallow my Shabbats. And they will not approach a dead Adam to defile themselves, but for a father, and for a mother, and for a son, and for a daughter, for a brother, and for a sister who has not had a husband, they may defile themselves. For 7 days they are to make atonement for the altar and cleanse it for 7 days. Then they will dedicate it. And in the day that he goes into the sanctuary, to the inner court, to minister in the sanctuary, he will offer his sin offering, saith Yahweh Elohim. And it will be for an inheritance to them. I am their inheritance, and you will give them no possession in Yishariel. I am their possession. They will eat the memorial offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering, and every dedicated thing in Yishariel will be theirs. And the best of all the first fruits of all things, and every oblation, and every type of oblation will be the priest's. Also, you will give the first of the dough to the priest, so that he may cause the blessing to rest in your house. The priest will not eat of anything that is dead of itself, nor torn, whether it is bird or beast. Chapter 45. Moreover, when you divide the land for an inheritance by lot, you will offer an oblation unto Yahweh. The length will be the length of 25,000 reeds, and the width will be 10,000. This will be holy in all its borders round about. Of this there will be the sanctuary 500 in length, with 500 in width, square round about, and 50 cubits round about for its suburbs. And of this measure you will measure the length of 25,000, and the width of 10,000, and in it will be the sanctuary and the holy of holy place. The holy portion from the land will be for the priests, the ministers of the sanctuary, who come near to minister to Yahweh, and it will be a place for their houses, and a holy place for the sanctuary. And the 20,000 of length, and the 10,000 of width, also the Lechuim, the ministers of the house, will have for themselves 20 chambers for a possession. And you will appoint the possession and the city 5,000 wide, and 25,000 long, over against the oblation of the holy portion. It will be for the whole house of Yeshariel, and the portion will be for the prince on the one side, and on the other side of the oblation of the holy portion, and for the possession of the city before the oblation of the holy portion, and before the possession of the city, from the west side westward, and from the east side eastward. And the length will be against one of the portions, from the west border to the east border. In the land his possession will be in Yeshariel, and my princes will not oppress the people any more. And the rest of the land they will give the house of Yeshariel according to their tribes. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, let it suffice you, O princes of Yeshariel, remove violence and plunder, and execute judgment and justice. Take away your evictions from my people, saith Yahweh Elohim. You will have just balances, and a just ephah, and a just bath. The ephah and the bath will be the same measurement, such that the bath may contain a 10th part of an omer, and an ephah a 10th part of an omer. Its measurement will be after the omer. And the shekel will be 20 gerah, 20 shekels, 25 shekels, 15 shekels will be your maneh. This is the oblation that you will offer, the 6th part of an ephah of an omer of wheat, and you will give the 6th part of the ephah of the omer of barley. Concerning the ordinance of oil, the bath of oil, you will offer the 10th part of the bath out of the core, which is a omer of 10 baths. For 10 baths are an omer, and 1 lamb out of 200 out of the flock, out of the fat pastures of Yeshariel, for a memorial offering, and for an ascension offering, and for sacrifices of restoration, to make reconciliation for them, saith Yahweh Elohim. All the people from the land will give this oblation for the prince of Yeshariel, and it will be the prince's part to give ascension offerings, and memorial offerings, and drink offerings, in the feasts, and in the new moons, and in the Shabbats, in all solemnities of the house of Yeshariel. He will prepare the sin offering, and the memorial offering, and the burnt offering, and the sacrifices of restoration, to make reconciliation for the house of Yeshariel. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the 1st month, in the 1st of the month, you will take a young bull without blemish, and cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest will take the blood of a sin offering, and put it upon the posts of the house, and upon the 4 corners of the ledge of the altar, and upon the posts of the gate of the inner court. And so you will do the 7th of the month for everyone who errs. and for him who is simple. Therefore you will reconcile the house. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, you will have Pesach, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread will be eaten. And upon that day, the prince will prepare for himself and for all the people from the land a bull for a sin offering. And he will prepare an ascension offering unto Yahweh for the 7 days of the feast, 7 bulls and 7 rams without blemish daily for the 7 days, and a kid of the goats daily for a sin offering. And he will prepare a memorial offering of an ephah for a bull, and an ephah for a ram, and a hin of oil for an ephah. During the 7th month, in the 15th day of the month, he will do the same in the feast of the 7 days, according to the sin offering, according to the ascension offering, and according to the memorial offering, and according to the oil. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, the gate of the inner court that looks toward the east will be shut during the 6 days of work, but on the Shabbat it will be opened. Also in the day of the new moon it will be opened. And the prince will enter by the way of the porch of the outer gate, and will stand by the post of the gate. And the priest will prepare his ascension offering and his sacrifices of restoration, and he will worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he will go forth, but the gate will not be shut until evening. Likewise, the people from the land will worship at the door of this gate, before Yahweh, during the Shabbats and during the new moons. And the burnt offering that the prince will offer unto Yahweh in the day of Shabbat will be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish. And the memorial offering will be an ephah for a ram, and the memorial offerings for the lambs as he is able to give, and a hin of oil for an ephah. And in the day of the new moon it will be a young bull without blemish, and 6 lambs, and a ram. They will be without blemish. And he will prepare a memorial offering, an ephah for a bull, and an ephah for a ram, and for the lambs according to what his hand will obtain, and a hin of oil for an ephah. And when the prince will enter, he will go in by the way of the porch of the gate, and he will go out by its way. Moreover, when the people from the land will come before Yahweh during the solemn feasts, he will enter in by the way of the northern gate to worship, going out by the southern gate. And he who enters by the way of the southern gate will go out by the way of the northern gate. And he who enters by the way of the southern gate will go out by the way of the northern gate. He will not return by the way of the gate by which he came in, but will go out opposite it, and the prince will be in the midst of them. When they go in, he will go in, and when they go out, he will go out. During the feasts and during the solemn days, the memorial offering will be an ephah to a bull, and an ephah to a ram, and to the lamb as he is able to give, and a hin of oil to an ephah. Now, when the prince prepares a voluntary ascension offering or voluntary sacrifices of restoration unto Yahweh, then someone will open the gate that looks toward the east for him, and he will prepare his ascension offering and his sacrifices of restoration, like he does on the day of Shabbat. Then he will go forth, and after his going forth, someone will shut the gate. And you will prepare an ascension offering unto Yahweh of a lamb of the first year without blemish daily. You will prepare it every morning. And you will prepare a memorial offering for it every morning, a 6th part of an ephah, and a 3rd part of a hin of oil, to temper with fine flour, a memorial offering continually by a perpetual ordinance unto Yahweh. Therefore they will prepare the lamb, and the memorial offering, and the hin, every morning for a continual ascension offering. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, if the prince gives a gift to any of his children, its inheritance will belong to his children. But if he gives a gift of his inheritance to one of his servants, then it will be his until the year of liberty. Afterward, it will return to the prince. Therefore, his inheritance will belong to his children. Moreover, the prince will not take the people's inheritance by oppression, to thrust them out of their possession, but he will give his son's inheritance out of his own possession, so that my people are not scattered every man from his possession. After he brought me through the entry, which was at the side of the gate, into the holy chambers of the priests, which looked toward the north, and behold, there was a place on the 2 sides westward. Then he said to me, "This is the place where the priests will boil the trespass offering and the sin offering, where they will bake the memorial offering, so that they do not carry them out into the other courts to sanctify the people." Then he brought me forth into the outer court, and caused me to pass by the 4 corners of the court. And behold, in every corner of the court there was a court. In the 4 corners of the court there were courts joined by 40 cubits long and 30 wide. These 4 corners were the same measurement. And there was a row of buildings around them, 4 of them round about, and it was made with boiling places under the rows round about. Then he said to me, "These are the places of those who boil, where the ministers of the house will boil the sacrifice of the people." Afterward he brought me to the door of the house again, and behold, waters issued out from under the threshold of the house eastward, for the forefront of the house stood toward the east, and the waters came down from under the right side of the house, at the south side of the altar. Then he brought me out from the way of the northern gate, and led me around the way outside of the outer gate by the way that looks eastward. And behold, waters ran out there on the right side. And when the man who had the line in his hand went out eastward, he measured 1,000 cubits. And he brought me through the waters. The waters were to the ankles. Again he measured 1,000, and brought me through the waters. The waters were to the knees. Again he measured 1,000, and brought me through. The waters were to the loins. Afterward he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not pass over, for the waters had risen, waters to swim in, a river that could not be passed over. And he said to me, "Son of Adam, have you seen this?" Then he brought me and caused me to return to the bank of the river. And when I had returned, behold, at the bank of the river were several trees on one side and on the other. Then he said to me, "These waters issue out toward the east country, and go down into the desert, and go into the sea, which being brought forth into the sea, the waters will be healed. And it will come to pass that everything that lives, which moves wherever the river goes, will live. And there will be a very great multitude of fish, because these waters go there, for they will be healed, and everything will live where the river goes. And it will come to pass that the fishers will stand upon it from Ein Gedi even to En Eglain. They will be a place to spread out nets. Their fish will be according to their kinds, as the fish of the great sea, very many. But its muddy places and its marshes will not be held. They will be given to salt. And by the river upon its banks, on this side and on that side, all trees will grow for food, whose leaves will not wither, nor will its fruit fail. It will bring forth new fruit according to its months, because their waters they issued out of the sanctuary, and its fruit will be for food, and its leaf for medicine. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, this will be the border, which you will inherit the land according to the 12 tribes of Yisrael. Yusuf will have 2 portions, and you will inherit it, one as well like another, concerning that which I have lifted up my hand to give it to your fathers, and this land will fall to you for an inheritance. And this will be the border from the land toward the north side, from the great sea, the way of Hethlon, as men go to Tzedada, Hamat, Beratha, Sibraim, which is between the border of Demeshek and the border of Hamat, Hazar Hatikan, which is by the way of Haurun, and the border from the sea will be Hatzar Anun, and the border from Demeshek, and the northward, and the border of Hamat, and this is the north side. And the east side will be measured from Ha'arun, and from Demeshek, and from Gilead, and from the land of Yeshariel by Yarden, from the border to the east sea. And this is the east side. And the south side southward, from Tamar even to the waters of strife in Kadesh, the river of the great sea, and this is the south side southward. Also the west side will be the great sea from the border until the man come over against Hamat. This is the west side. So you will divide the land for yourself, according to the tribes of Yeshariel. And it will come to pass that you will divide it by lot for an inheritance to yourself, and to the immigrants who sojourn among you, who will beget children among you, and they will be to you like born in the country among the children of Yeshariel. They will have an inheritance with you among the tribes of Yeshariel. And it will come to pass that in what tribe the immigrant sojourns, there you will give him his inheritance, saith Yahweh Elohim. Chapter 48. Now these are the names of the tribes from the north end to the border of the way of Hethlon, as one goes to Hamat. Hamat, Chatzer Ainan, the border of Demeshek northward, to the border of Hamat. For these are his sides, east and west, a portion of Dan. And from the border of Dan, from the east side to the west side, a portion of Asher. And by the border of Asher, from the east side even to the west side, a portion for Naphtali. And by the border of Naphtali, from the east side to the west side, a portion for Manasseh. And by the border of Manasseh, from the east side to the west side, a portion for Ephraim. And by the border of Ephraim, from the east side to the west side, a portion for Reuben. And by the border of Reuben, from the east side to the west side, a portion for Yehudah. And by the portion of Yehudah, from the east side to the west side, will be the offering that you will offer. And by the border of Yehudah, from the east side to the west side, will be the offering that you will offer of 25,000 reeds in width, and in length like one of the other parts, from the east side to the west side, and the sanctuary will be in the midst of it. The oblation that you will offer unto Yahweh will be 25,000 in length, and 10,000 in width. Even for the priests will be this holy oblation, toward the north 25,000 in length, and toward the west 10,000 in width, and toward the east 10,000 in width, and toward the south 25,000 in length, and the sanctuary of Yahweh will be in the middle of it. It will be for the priests who are sanctified of the sons of Zadok, who have kept my charge, who did not go astray when the children of Yeshariel went astray, like the Lehi went astray. And this oblation from the land that is offered will be holy of holy for them by the border of the Lehim. And over against the border of the priest, the Lehim will have 25,000 in length, and 10,000 in width. All the length will be 25,000, and the width 10,000. And they will not sell it, nor exchange it, nor alienate the first fruits from the land. For it is holy unto Yahweh. And the 5,000 that are left in the width over against the 25,000 will be a profane place for the city, for dwelling and for suburbs, and the city will be in the midst of it. And these are its measurements, The north side is 45,000, and the south side 45,000, and on the east side 45,000, and the west side 45,000. And the suburbs of the city will be toward the north 250, and toward the south 250, and toward the east 250, and toward the west 250. And the remaining length over against the oblation of the holy portion will be 10,000 eastward, and 10,000 westward, and it will be over against the oblation of the holy place, and its increase will be for food to those who serve the city. And those who serve the city will serve it out of all the tribes of Yeshariel. All the oblation will be 25,000 by 25,000. You will offer the holy oblation foursquare, with the possession of the city, and the remaining will be for the prince, on the one side and on the other of the holy oblation, and of the possession of the city over against the 25,000 of the oblation towards the east border, and toward the west border, and westward, opposite the 25,000 toward the west border, over against the portion for the prince, and it will be the holy oblation, and the sanctuary of the house will be in the midst of it. Moreover, from the possession of the Lahuim, and from the possession of the city, being in the midst of what is the princes between the border of Yehuda and the border of Benjamin, will be for the prince. As for the rest of the tribes, from the east side to the west, Benjamin will have a portion. And by the border of Benjamin, from the east side to the west, Shimaun will have a portion. And by the border of Shimaun, from the east side to the west, Yeshakar will have a portion. And by the border of Yeshakar, from the east side to the west, Zebulun will have a portion. And by the border of Zebulun, from the east side to the west, Gad will have a portion. And from the border of Gad, at the south side southward, the border will even be from Tamar, from the waters of strife in Kadesh, and to the river towards the great sea. And this is the land which you will divide by lot to the tribes of Yeshariel for an inheritance. And these are their portions, saith Yahweh Elohim. And these are the exits of the city on the north side, 45,000 measures. And the gates of the city will be after the names of the tribes of Yeshariel. The three northern gates, one gate of Reuben, one gate of Yehuda, one gate of Lehi, and at the east side 4,500 and 3 gates, and one gate of Yusuf, one gate of Benjamin, one gate of Dan, and at the south side 4,500 measures and 3 gates, one gate of Shimaun, one gate of Yeshakar, one gate of Zebulun, at the west side 4,500 with their gates, one gate of Gad, one gate of Asher, one gate of Naphtali. It was 18,000 measures round about, and the name of the city from that day will be Yahweh is there. The end. Thank you for listening to my interpretation of Ezekiel. I hope that you find my Bible series, Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit, enlightening. The word of Yahweh is a treasure trove of mysteries. It's amazing what you'll discover when you read it with your eyes open. My name is Wendy, and you